Good day to you, partner.
You the nation feel the sweetest sensation.
New evil-o-meter achievement unlocked by Prince_Robot.
Dissection time. I would never choose a demon over you while conscious and sober.
Multi-Dark Samuses is first.
Become my apprentice. Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
Multi-Dark Samuses just listed Rogue Trader. Multi-Dark Samuses just listed Andromeda. Multi-Dark Samuses just listed Cyberpunk. Verumamo just boosted Fire. Prince_Robot just boosted Daggerfall. Verumamo just boosted Fall.
Hello.
Verumamo just boosted B6. Prince_Robot just boosted Ultimate Overlord. Pylorzian just tooted 2077. Pylorzian just tooted me, Andromeda.
Is there a lurker? Yes.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Greetings, sire.
Have they loved nothing in all their lives? Lost nothing?
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria. Draconic Dude just boosted Silvastok. Draconic Dude just boosted Ding Smallwood.
Hey, Chief.
Jock Eilers just boosted Wasteland. Jock Eilers just boosted Fountain of Dreams. Jock Eilers just boosted Mutant Year Zero.
Get the hell out of here now!
I'm sorry, I was trying to find which value in D666 was rolled the most amount of times, okay? I was busy. I'll show you.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'll show you what I was doing. I got so distracted. I started trying to find out which one is the highest rolled.
Blah, 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 blah.
I did find it though. I did find it. It is 433 with 33 times rolled. So, what is that? What is John Cage? Yeah, but I mean, 433 was rolled the most amount of times, but it wasn't always John Cage. No, it cannot have been John Cage all the time. But I found it though. I found it. Welcome Prince, Veru, Parrot, Multipie, Diesel, Thor, Mason, Dude, Shadow, and Jettlers. Good to see you all. And all the lurkers, of course. How are you all doing? Okay, I can get rid of this now. Wow, way to sidetrack me. It's all Multi's fault. Hey Draven, welcome. Hello as well. What's number for Kreia? 532?
I am in control.
I'm not so sure. Let's see. No, 387. $387, which was rolled. Oh, can I? Oh, I think I got rid of it. Oh wait, this is. What's going on? It's crashed. Oh, I think I got rid of my values. Anyway. Welcome everyone. It's too hot. Hey Boland, welcome. How are you all doing? Good to see you all. Thank you for joining me early in the stream as we are gonna take a look at 80 Days, a game picked by Thor. And we'll see how it goes, I suppose. Geography is my weakest point, I suppose. I absolutely know nothing. I mean, I can't tell Asia from Europe on the map, so we'll see how it's gonna go. It's gonna be interesting for sure. How are you all doing though? Hope you're having a nice Monday. I'm gonna learn today. We'll see. We'll see if I will learn or not. Or if we are gonna, you know, try to make some impossible trips and fail. It's going to be interesting though. It looks like a very interesting game. I got some good news, chat. I learned today that the substructure for a faster internet, full fiber, is now available where I live, in my apartment block and street. So, I'm looking into it, seeing if I can switch to better. No, I know. It's gonna be so much better. In fact, it's already better. Oh. Really? Oh, you are looking for where Kreia was, okay. So I actually did a speed test today. And it seems like my upload speed is already doubled somehow. I have no idea. My normal upload speed, my internet speed is 100 megabytes per second download and 10 megabytes per second upload. It used to be like that for a long time, for years. Now today I speed tested and it was more like 20 megabytes upload. And my VDSL connection shouldn't have changed. I don't know why it was that high. I don't know if they're already supplying better service to VDSL users here. But I will probably look into switching to a 1000 megabytes download, 50 megabytes upload kind of thing. Which is now available, I think. So it is good news, but it may mean some downtime. I am not sure how it all goes. I will have to switch my modem, obviously my router, and the whole cabling system. So there may be some downtime for the streams, if or when I switch to the new connection. But it's gonna be so much better if it happens. Just some early news. I'm gonna keep you updated as things become more clear. Hey Proc, welcome. How are you doing?
Maybe you'd like to tell me what you said again, slowly this time,
You recently
so you can
upgraded.
think about what you're saying.
What did you upgrade from and what did you upgrade to? So Proc sent me some clips from his streams yesterday. Clips from his no death Dark Souls runs. But clips when he died, obviously. The failed runs. And it's so painful. So I don't know how you can do that. How you can attempt a no death run in the first place. And keep on trying after dying like that. Some of the deaths that he shared, they are just so... They're funny, you know. It looks like there's almost nothing. It's not due to being a bad player or fighting bad. It's just low luck, you know, the horrible luck when you slip from the edge and fall down a cliff and die and stuff like that. It's thanks for sharing it. I really had fun watching them, and it kind of made me feel better about some of my deaths as well. But yeah, it was funny. You had 10 megabytes, 5 megabytes actual speed, 100 megabytes getting 50, 60. Is that download? Also, you had ADSL, you switched to something like VDSL or low speed fiber. Gravity is the hardest boss, yeah. We beat Gravity last stream. I stood in the air and I didn't fall down. If you have seen the elevator clip, which I think I made into a featured clip. You had VDSL, now you have real fiber. Okay, so your VDSL speed was low then, 10 megabytes VDSL. Hey Drummer, welcome. Hey Farmer, welcome as well. Thank you for the 3 sim streak. Speedruns of Elden Ring use a glitch that makes you fly.
Starving underscore drummer just boosted Cyberpunk. Starving underscore drummer just boosted Witcher 2.
How are you doing, Drummer
Starving
and Farmer?
underscore drummer just boosted Look Outside.
Good to see you both. Has anyone played 80 Days? I'm alright. Drummer, I was just talking about it. I finally got news that fiber substructure has arrived to my apartment block. So I will look into switching to a faster internet soon. Yeah, finally. 80 Days. 80 Days is a game that Thor gifted me very generously and also picked as a Monday stream. Apart from that, I don't know much about it. What I do know that it is like many other games or books, or well, not books but movies and stuff. It is based on Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, where we basically try to circumvent the whole globe in different, well, not in a balloon this time, but with different transportations vehicles, like sailing or
Shadro
maybe
95
flying.
just boosted 80s days.
80s days. Where we basically try to manage our resources and our I don't know, group, crew, whatever, friends, and try to circumvent the globe in less than 80 days, as fast as possible. And of course, different encounters, random encounters and events happen at every stop. We have to choose our stops carefully. We have to choose our itinerary, our routes, if you will. That's the extent of what I know about the game. Thor, the two things Thor told me was that the game was a lot of fun and that it required a lot of reading, so we are gonna see. A Highland song, Kino playing English News Expelled. I haven't heard of either. So 80s days, I don't know if that was a joke or not, but if you actually meant to boost 80 days, that's not gonna happen in Critical. It's not a Critical title, but I think you were joking. Just wanted to clarify if you weren't. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna do the boost and we are gonna...
Procyon Lauder just boosted die. Procyon Lauder just boosted Saga 2.
Yes.
Procyon Lauder just boosted Cyberpunk.
Rock Trader. Oh. Dromeda. That Fire Daggerfall. Has anyone played 80 Days? Anyone in chat? Has anyone in the world ever played 80 Days, or is it gonna be me for the very first time ever?
Zero Pi just boosted Starfield.
Hey Syntropy, welcome. What? Oh, yes, Syntropy. 6 years ago, 110 minutes. Why did you stop at 110 minutes? You played 60 seconds. Yeah, it's a shorter game, much shorter. I played 60 seconds too. That is also an interesting game. I didn't love it that much, but the premise was interesting. Still your first time. Dromeda. I'm feeling kind of sluggish today. I don't know. I've been feeling like that since I woke up. Barely convinced myself to work out. Well, get off the bed in the first place, then work out, then had some food. Still feeling sluggish, like kind of slow. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Hey Sangnuk, welcome. How are you doing? Hey, the zebras have chosen to bless us today.
Marto _ Varna just boosted Anachronox.
Hey Marzo, welcome.
New
welcome.
critical hits nomination. Sun _ Nif just nominated Cyber Knights. Fleshlight.
Cyber Knights. Did we
Marto
not talk about
Varna
that game
just
before?
boosted Mutant Year Zero. Road to Eden.
How are you doing, Sangnif and Marzo? Good to see you both.
I'm
What is
cranky
this?
old, and I've been that way ever since I changed.
The Witcher. Look outside. Dragon Age. Yeah. I know. I know the game you mentioned. I think we talked about that before, didn't we? Or at least you mentioned it. Or maybe it's already here. I just remember you mentioning that game before. Starfield and Equinox. Cyber Knights. Okay, so it's not in the system. Let me take a look at the game. Cybernauts Flashpoint. Cyberpunk mechanics RPG, turn-based squad tactics with unique heist planning strategy. Build your crew wisely, their stories will become interwoven with your own. Pull off fights with powerful cyberware, faction connections, multiclassing, weapon modding, stealth hacking, and more. This is on my... Oh, I have it. It's in my library. Did you maybe gift this to me? Or did I buy it myself? I think maybe you have gifted this to me, or I bought it after hearing it from you, but I kinda remember that this was like an open-ended game, and I think we said this wasn't good for critical hits. Because it was more strategy than like a single-player RPG story game. Maybe I am confusing games. I'm gonna look into it, Sagnif. I'm gonna look into it again. Yeah. Alright, let's jump into the game. Let's see what this game is about. 80 days. Okay. London, 1872. I have entered into the service of a new gentleman. It would seem he is a gambling man. We'll just send the lists over Discord to Parrot. You don't have to pay with the points. Okay, so I guess we have to start at London. Begin. Monsieur Phileas Fogg returned home early from the Reform Club, and in a newfangled steam carriage besides. I helped him down, and the iron-lunged, steam-driven horses clattered away. "Passport out," said he. "Passport out? Passport out? Passport out? What does it mean? Passé parts out. How do you say that? We are going around the world. Passepartout. Passepartout? Okay. Passepartout, said he. What does it mean? So you can ignore up the letters. Like in French. I don't know how to speak French. Passepartout. Okay.
Nonsense.
Very, very good, monsieur. I murmured dutifully, not believing a word of it. We shall circumnavigate the globe within 80 days. He was quite calm as he promotes this wild scheme. We leave for Paris on the 8:25 in an hour. But of course, I answered, still extremely suspicious. He nodded. Good. Pack an altimeter, and my evening jackets. There is not a moment to waste. What was it? Passepartout. Le Michael. Michael. Le Michaelabus. I don't know. I don't French. I barely English. You, Passepartout? Oh, it's my name. It's my name. Passepartout is my name. You, Passepartout, now have funds. Basically means multipass. Okay. Your character is now dependable. Let's pack. Quickly, Passepartout. Collect our things and we will be off. There was just a moment to seize anything further than I thought might be useful for our long trip. Oh. Wax cylinder, inscribed with marks describing a recording of a symphony, valuable in Vienna, Copenhagen, and Paris. Slender volume listing all shipping routes within Europe. Routes for ships in Europe will be visible on the globe. The timer is already running. Oh, it's not gonna be great for streaming though. The game is great when you read the book, slight deviations and the notes. I did read the book, but as a kid, so I don't remember any details. Air sickness is psychological. An altimeter can be most assuring. A deck of 52 playing cards, suitable for a whist drive or two. What is a whist drive? Whist drive? Of interest to humorous, stalwart, official, and soldier types. A well-fitting, neatly tailored Seville row evening jacket. Price. Oh, I'm gonna be having a very difficult time pronouncing half the words in this game, right? I have wool trousers, wool shirts. Could get evening jacket to get the sets. He said, pack the altimeter. Oh, I can get all 5 of these? Okay. Oh, no. Ah, I see. I see how it is. Our bag is of limited size. Our completed Englishman's wardrobe should help us negotiate times of upper-class journeys. Wow. Alright, let's depart. So from London we can go to Paris. Is that all? Seems like it's our only choice. Alright, Paris. Amphitrite Express. Embark. Let's embark. Yeah. Let's embark. Departing now, the guard's van has space for 1 suitcase, which will suffice travel. This looks like a bearable option. Well, it's our only option, so... Is this trains? This is Railroad Tycoon. The mechanical horses raced past Piccadilly Circus and Pall Mall faster than a team of thoroughbreds. Even so, the whistle of the 8:25 was blowing as we pulled up to the Charing Cross station. Charing? We have no tickets, I exclaimed. That does not signify, Monsieur Fogg remarked over his shoulder as he hurried toward the platform. We must not miss this train. I rushed after him, but I dashed to the ticket booth. Judging that there was a moment to spare, elbowing aside a few ladies and gentlemen, where I was frustrated by a queue. Far below, was everyone attempting to flee London this evening? Excuse me, I called politely. But I'm in a desperate hurry. The gentleman in front turned in surprise. I beg your pardon? My train is about to leave, monsieur. What a bother, the man replied, then stepped aside to offer me his place at the ticket counter. 2 singles to Paris, I demanded breathlessly. The guard raised his pan, with agonizing slowness. Leaving tomorrow, he intoned. Leaving immediately. I insisted, and hurry! The whistle of the train shrieked once more. I drummed my fingers on the counter. No. Hurry up! I demanded. I cannot miss my train. The guard nodded, his neck bones all but creaking from the movement. Other customers muttered behind me, cursing my continental rudeness, no doubt. I pushed the money to him. Impatiently, but the guard pretended not to notice until his tickets were perfectly calligraphed. Then he counted the bills one by one. The final whistle blew long and slow and damning. The 8:25 train was pulling away. I leapt wildly for the guardrail and hauled myself aboard one-handed, tickets clutched in the other fists. I confess, my friends, I had been an acrobat in my youth before becoming a valet. Apparently the two professions were not so different as they seemed. We were passing Dartford when I located Monsieur Fogg. In one of the compartments, he looked up briefly and returned to his newspaper. I told the ticket inspector that you would be appeasing presently, he remarked, unperturbed. Wow! Little appreciation, please. I just risked my life to get you a ticket, monsieur. And my relationship with Fogg has deteriorated because I got him tickets. Wow. My character is now organized. Converse. I am at your service, Monsieur Fogg. Passepartout? Journey. But tell me, Monsieur, what is the purpose of our journey? I have made a hefty wager and I do not intend to lose. This journey will be most expensive, Monsieur. Indeed, but we can earn a little from buying and selling our possessions as we travel. Very good, sir. London's smog gave way to rolling hills and the pastures of the Kentish countryside, still untouched by the hand of technological advancement. Monsieur Fogg read his paper while I recovered my breath. As afternoon turned inexorably to evening, I discovered that my master was one of those gentlemen who broke their silence rarely, if at all. A guard rapped on our door. A few miles before Dover. We are about to submerge, he warned. Take some people a bit funny, so watch out. What do you mean submerge? I cried. This is the London to Paris amphitrite. What does amphitrite mean? Amphi as in both water and land. Trite as in like travels both underwater and over land, something like that. As though to a particularly dim-witted child, the submersible train, talk of all the London papers. Then this is the mer train. It is the Greek goddess of the sea. Interesting. Never heard. He made a face. Bully the journalists and their silly names, he muttered. Every inch of her has been examined and stamped with the artificer's seal. This is the world's only bath escape locomotive. I pressed my face to the window glass. As the fins above the amphitrite's wheels extended with a hydraulic hiss, night fell and we plunged past the end of the track into the freezing water of the English Channel. Relations with Fogg have improved slightly. We are underwater, chat. The amphitrite plowed through the water overnight and splashed up onto the wider gauge French tracks at Calais? I don't know. As dawn broke. Do you have a route in mind, monsieur? I asked, as the water of the channel dried from the compartment windows. Calais was right. I am as yet undecided, my master admitted. The new canal has sped up the shipping route from Suez. How do you say that in English? We say Suez in Turkish. Suez to Bombay. Though perhaps we could take the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia. Suez is right. Surely not Siberia, I exclaimed. It is so cold and grim, and I have a particular fear of bears. Then we would do well to buy furs, he replied, refraining from rolling his eyes. There are other alternatives. We may also travel overland and across the Black and Caspian Seas. But which is fastest? But which is safest? Monsieur Fogg raised an eyebrow. There is no place in the world which is not safe for an Englishman, he said coolly, and with great finality. Parbleu. Parbleu? I scarcely knew what to think. What does this mean? I know this is a common word, I'm sure I heard. It's like, somewhat like, oh my god, but not really. It's like an exclamation, right? We arrived at Paris Gare du Nord. Interjection typically used in French that express surprise, annoyance, mild exasperation. Is considered a minced oath derived from pardieu. By God, okay. After 1 o'clock. Automaton porters lifted our luggage, then our persons onto the platform with long, delicately filigreed iron arms. Paris, city of my heart. I was home, but not to stay. We discovered new routes. Some of our possessions would trade well here. I need to turn this down a little. Okay. Oh. Explore markets. Let's markets. Oh. Oh, we can buy an extra suitcase. Let's buy. Oh, look at the things shaking in the suitcase when I do this. How do I buy an extra suitcase? Generally speaking, you never want to go to the bank unless you absolutely have to because you're broke. Okay. You buy the extra suitcase by... Ah, okay, I see. Thank you. A traveling cloak good for keeping out chill winds and heavy rain. Part of the gentleman traveler sets. Geometry equipment, a set of geometric drawing instruments precisely made and beautifully presented. 6 pounds, 100 days? What does it mean? Does it last 100 days? What is the 100D? Excuse me. Pear soap, a badger bristle brush, and a heat-tempered blade. Part of the valeting sets. Part of the air traveler sets. Englishman's wardrobe sets. Oh, look at how valuable this is. 540 pounds. You just ignore it. This looks like it's 98D now. So maybe it's losing durability? Maybe it's its durability. A magnificent bottle of Chateau d'Yquem. Worth? Wow, if we go to Berlin, we are gonna make very good money. Let's get this. Let's get these shaving kits. Valuable in Copenhagen, Warsaw, Budapest. I think we can get rid of the Englishman's wardrobe set here.
Looking for bail.
Hey Kit, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you are well. So I think these yellow things mean they are valuable in this place. Maybe. Let's get rid of this and this. Get the traveling cloak. Geometry equipment. Okay. So we should look to make our way towards Berlin. Down from Berlin, maybe we go, I don't know, Warsaw? Or first Warsaw, then Berlin? Anyway. Hotel. Plus 1 day. Let's travel, we don't need rest. Mr. Fogg no longer has his Englishman clothes now. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Two days and counting. Character organized. Manner passionate. Belaying strong. Relation with Fogg comfortable. Visited one city. Traveled 265 miles. Why? Okay. I guess we have to spend the night then. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's spend the day. We'll pass the night here. We took a hotel for the night. We will be comfortable here, Monsieur Fogg remarked, but traveling overnight will often be more efficient. So we must board the longest journeys available. Perhaps, he replied, the short answer indicating, I think that one-day journeys might often be more flexible in their timing and could allow for more connections. Still, surrounds of the Hotel Ritz were most enjoyable. Alright, let's explore. New routes discovered. We had a few hours to spare. I asked Monsieur Fogg if I might enjoy my city before we had to leave. Indeed, and should you learn anything of note, be sure to relay it. I nodded and headed into town. The talk on the streets was of one thing only, an enormous, elegant oval stadium constructed upon the green fields of Champ de Mars? Oh, I wish... Today is one of the days where I wish I actually knew French. And containing the technological marvels, art, amusement parks, and milling crowds of the World's Fair in 1872. It's more about the journey. I saw your message, by the way, Thor. I'm sorry, I realize now I neglected to answer. I saw your message very early in the morning before I went to bed, and I thought I was gonna answer when I woke up. And as I said, I woke up a little weird today, and I completely forgot. My apologies. But I remember your advice. What you don't understand is why you don't travel in a circle but straight. If you go straight, you will fall off the edge of the world. That's true, you're right. We need to find some anti-gravity equipment so we can stick ourselves to the bottom of the world and walk back. That's something we need to look out for. It'll pass once you leave France. Yeah, once we go to Germany, I'm gonna wish I spoke German. Once we go to Italy, I'm gonna wish I spoke Italian. Maybe we'll go to Turkey and then you are all gonna wish you spoke Turkish. How about that? But I was certain Monsieur Fogg did not intend for me to visit fairs. Let's visit. I know! Well, what do you not speak? Is there a language you don't speak? Maybe we can go to Zimbabwe or somewhere. Korea. We can go to Seoul. Seoul. How do you pronounce Seoul? Do you pronounce Seoul? Do you pronounce Seoul? We can go to Tokyo. You don't speak those, do you? Like Seoul, okay. I ventured inside the grand illuminated pavilions of the exposition. An artificer was replacing an arc light. I went west towards the airship hangar. Past a booth with a husband and wife pair selling panoramic hot air balloon rides to eager tourists. I inquired as to their hourly rates, wondering if perhaps the balloon could be encouraged to go a little way east as well and contribute to our great journey. £80 for an half-hour flight, the man responded. I gaped. That is robbery. The man shrugged. We are the only balloonists here today. Are you willing to miss out the experience of a flight over Paris? I most assuredly was. I'm going around the world, I replied. I hope for much more impressive sights in the days to come. The man nodded and moved on to the next punter with great swiftness. I regarded the airships that filled the hangar behind him. There were a huge number of them on display from all over the world, and my eye was immediately caught by... You roll a d5. Thor, you roll a d5. It's your pick, so... Either roll a d5 or make your choice. Okay, you rolled. 2. The Gilded Egyptian Ifrit class airship. Painted all over with stylized poppies and feathers, it resembles nothing more than a vast flying sarcophagus. Do people really fly in such things? I asked the exhibitor. Indeed, hundreds of them do, and every day, he replied with a booming laugh. They say the skies of Arabia are crisscrossed with the trails of the Egyptian ships. Perhaps one day soon, Monsieur Fogg and I would find ourselves flying in such a craft. I returned to the exposition center, my thoughts turning with clouds and engine rotors. Avenues sprawled in every direction between the inviting illuminated pavilions of the expedition. An artificer was replacing an arc light, which had burned out. She first disconnected the strange machine powering the lights. It had a spinning iron wheel which was wound across with a series of armature coils. I merely watched politely, not wanting to disturb her work. Artificers were a notoriously irritable breed. This is bleeding folly and waste, the artificer grumbled in a thick Yorkshire accent. Hey Thazen, welcome. How are you doing, Thazen? Thazen, are you ready? We are coming to visit you. We are coming to visit. I believe you live in Transylvania in the castle of Dracula, right? We are coming over. Hope you got some food ready for us. This is bleeding folly and wastes. These gram machines are finicky beasts. I have often found that to be the case. I replied gauchily. Oh yes? You're an artificer, are you? You look like a stuffed bird. I laughed. No artificer, merely a valet. Well, when I next have a gear shaft that needs its whiskers trimming, I'll call for you. The harshness of her tone was belied by her gentle touch, as she unscrewed the arc light's globe of enameled glass and replaced the 2 carbon rods within. She reconnected the supply and 10 Yabloko candles. Yablocho? Gorbachev? Candles connected in series lit up once more. Will all streets be lit with electricity soon? I asked. There are already a fair passel of cities lit by electricity rather than gaslight, she retorted. London will probably be last, given old Queen Vicky's prejudice against the Artificers Guild. Surely London is the capital of invention, I asked. There are even Trevithick steam carriages on the streets these days. The artificer gave me a pitying look. London's not as advanced as you think, laddie, she replied. There are more automata in the colonies than on London streets. She looked at her pocket watch, cursed and hurried off, dropping something as she went. I hurried after her to return it. She thanked me. My medallion. I'll need that to get my lunch from the canteen. Thank you. I waved, duty done, and walked away. Crowds of tourists jostled and heaved past, their eyes wide with wonder. I decided I headed towards the red and purple tents of the Artificers Guild. The time doesn't seem to pass, interestingly enough. Because I think we already spent 4 hours, right? All of this is within the 4 hours that we already spent. Well, I'm role-playing the valet, okay? I have this sense of duty and honesty right now. Hey, Draven.
Arisa by Draven. Did you know it has been 18 months? Smile.
Draven, thank you so much for 18 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. The valediction? What is the valediction? What does valediction mean? Is it the exam that you were talking about? The big one? Or is it something else? A steam-powered automaton orchestra playing gleaming brass instruments. It was the... Oh, okay. It was the graduation ceremony. A farewell speech. Did you give a speech, Thazen? I always get sleepy during speeches like that. Start yawning. A steam-powered automaton orchestra played gleaming brass instruments while a mechanical sommelier popped the cork from a champagne bottle and poured out bubbling over glasses for passing tourists. You, to quote your classmates, rap-godded through it. Apparently you machine-gunned your speech on stage. You didn't think you did. Oh, really? You machine-gunned it. You just wanted it to be over. Well, I'm glad you're done with it. I'm glad you're done with it. Does everyone give a speech? Does everyone give a speech, or isn't it like a few people, maybe one person actually? I never attended any of my graduation ceremonies at any of my schools. Except for the primary school, I suppose, which I didn't have a choice about. I didn't attend at high school, I didn't attend at the college. I wasn't even in the country for my master's graduation. I mean, I didn't ask anyone if I may not attempt, I just didn't. One of the artificers was explaining the guild's credo to a group of sticky-fingered children. Oh. Had his hands deep inside the human-shaped automaton. Rummaging through its clockwork innards, he took out a piece of engraved glass and peered at it with a jeweler's loupe. Your parents need their picture. Yeah. Actually, to my high school graduation ceremony, my parents went. I didn't. I was a little bit of a rebel, I suppose. I still kinda am, maybe, in terms of those, you know, socially expected things that everyone has to do. I just kinda don't. I pointed at the shard. What is that? It's the control glass of my automaton, or it would be, if it worked. This one is meant to be a cook, but can't even fry a chip. Surely we have human cooks. No. How does the glass work? He looked pained for a moment. It's complicated, he replied. Light scatters and bends, and never mind. In this case, it doesn't work. I need a Persian engraver. The best work is done in Tehran, you know? I stared at the inanimate automaton. I had seen them before, of course, but never so still and never up close. They were perfect, and yet on the outside at least, so simple, so smooth their faces without detail or distinction. You look a little scared, the artificer remarked. It looks so human. You can't post videos? That's weird. You skip the graduation stuff when you graduate high school, then you were 36, so you really didn't feel like getting it to be there. Where was I? Oh, it looks so human. Not really, he shrugged. They are human-shaped, but it's hardly in disguise. The artificer smiled. I wished him well in his culinary endeavors. He was at least in the right city to find a cook and returned to the center of the exposition, ears ringing with the bombastic tunes of the steam orchestra. Yeah, I can't speak. I don't know what's wrong with me. Of course, of course. Did you attend the high school classes in person when you took the classes late in your life, or did you do a remote study? Because there are options for remote studying or night classes for older adults to get high school diplomas in Turkey, but I don't think they can actually go to like real high schools after a certain age. Like sit down with the kids. I don't think that's an available option here. I think there are some nights classes or nights high schools, I think they are called. I'm not so sure. Hey Nancy, welcome. Everyone. Welcome Nancy, welcome Raiders. Remote studying was an option at that point. You like to register for class for around 20. Okay. How are you, Nancy? Thank you for the raid. Good to see everybody. Let's give you a shout out. Hey Loud, hey Diesel, welcome. Wasn't a kids high school. Okay, okay, I get it.
I'm here.
May humanity flourish.
Hey, Kitty.
What's your...
Welcome, QP. Good to see you. How are you, Nancy? How are you, Raiders? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. I was lurking earlier, taking a look at this dune. And it looked cool, actually, from what little I could watch. I didn't have too much time, but from what little I could watch, I saw you collecting some, like, rocks around and fighting a little bit and building some foundations a little bit. That's what I could watch. How are you enjoying it? Are you enjoying it a little bit more now that you've played it some more, Nancy? Or did your opinions of it not really change? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for joining the raid and coming along. We are doing this 80 days kind of a roguelike game where we are trying to manage our resources and our relationship with our employer as we try to travel around the world in 80 days, just like the Jules Verne novel. So I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, well, I couldn't lurk too much. I woke up really late. I tuned into your stream. I didn't have too much time to watch, but you know, I was a little bit working out. Then before and after eating, also sat down while doing the stream preparation. So I didn't really have time to chat, but I was just
Yes.
keeping an eye on your gaming. We are getting to the game a little more. Now that's your vehicle left the tutorial area. Okay. Thanks for the lurk, Big Diesel. Hey Jensen, welcome. Happy Monday. It feels like there is more to work towards now. Yeah. Are you happy with the building a little bit more? Do check out Nancy. Nancy is a very good friend of the channel, and she plays a lot of survival building games, but also other games from time to time. Lots of Wuthering Waves recently. And she started trying out the new Dune Awakening game recently, so do check her out for sure if you are not familiar with her content. You build a weird AF house, you like it. Well, I'm glad. Alright, let's look at this game a little bit more before I need to take a break. But yeah, we are doing this 80 days. This is a viewer pick by Thor, and I hope you have a good time with it. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling a little sluggish today. I don't know. I woke up I woke up a little sluggish, woke up late, felt a little difficult to get up, felt difficult to work out. Then, you know, I had food and started streaming basically. So it feels like I am processing things a little slowly today. I'm not sure. Like slightly off, but I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling well. I'm not sleepy, but as I said, I'm feeling slow. Like a little bit unfocused today. Need a proper slap in the mouth. Okay, let's go. My feet were tiring and the hour was growing late. I returned to Monsieur Fogg, who was eating a meal of plain boiled beef à l'anglaise. Beef à l'anglaise, so English beef? Beef à l'anglais. Beef à l'anglais, right? Langlais. 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 Did you enjoy the exposition? My master inquired diffidently. As though I had been out visiting an aged great-aunt. Rather than witnessing all the wonders that the modern world had to offer. The S is not silence. Oh. Anglaise. Beef à l'anglaise. Will we travel by airship, do you suppose? I asked. I think it's highly likely, he replied. They are expensive but extremely fast. I dreamed that night of mechanical wonders and automatons with beautifully enameled faces, knowing little of the strange inventions and strange peoples I would soon encounter in my journey around the world. Your character is not dependable. Hurry up, Passepartout. Don't drop those cases. So we can go to Amsterdam by car. We can go to Munich, Vienna, Nice. Nice. Do you pronounce this Nice? Nice? I think you pronounce it Nice, right? Rome. Venice. Christiania. Where is Christiania? Stockholm? Which country is this? Copenhagen? Norway? Okay. We could go to Warsaw. Dubrovnik. Oh, we can go to Turkey. We can go to Istanbul. We can go to Izmir. We can go to Antalya. I want to go to Berlin. Where is Berlin? Berlin is here. Let's go to Amsterdam, then we are gonna go to Berlin, then Warsaw. The car's roof has space for one suitcase, but we have two. Hire a second car. Oh, private car. Well, what if we go to Munich? The Orient Express, that's also one. Let's go to Amsterdam. Let's do it. Hey Prophet, welcome. Okay, I will take a short break, chat. I do need to splash some water on my face, maybe get some coffee or at least tea and stretch up, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. Timer is running. Is it paused now?
Draven just musted
I'll be back
W8.
in a few minutes, chat. Do stick around. I'll see you guys.
Draven just musted MM8.
Moo.
What?
Draven just musted
Available only in combat. But I'm in combat. Look, Look, I'm fighting. Yeah.
I get one claw just boosted Gorky 17.
Ah,
I get one claw just boosted Switcher.
plans ruined.
I get one claw just boosted Jade Empire.
How do I go in combat? No! 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 No!
Sun underscore Nip just boosted
Oh.
Sun underscore Nif just boosted Age of Decadence.
It was a darn mimic.
Sun underscore Nif just boosted Parrot's Choice.
Immortal or something. Most
Thor
people in town
Obliterator just boosted Jade
they call
Empire.
him a witch.
What is the
Or
official
either
world
angel
record
or
for...
Dragonfall.
Shut up,
I'd like
Mitchell,
to
shut
speak
up!
now.
The oldest
I
age,
understand
you know,
he
the
used to live in
recorded
my
age.
house as
Shut
a
up!
child.
Thor
I
Obliterator
cannot
just
120
boosted Saga
something,
2.
maybe 130 something.
That's true, he did.
But there are people
I
who
doubt if you could talk to
argue
him.
without any Stop official records to be
talking.
much older than
Very
that.
private.
What is 111?
I'd like to try.
No,
I have a lot to
I
ask
don't
him.
mean still alive.
No wonder you're a good writer. You have a
But
lot
oldest
of
to have
natural
ever did.
inquisitiveness.
122.
Find him.
That's I
He's
thought
about
something
a
like that.
mile
But
out
I
of
think there are
town down
people
the
who
dirt track
argue to be
on
who
the
claim
other
to
side
be
of the
over 140. This is useless. I cannot hear anything because of that streamer dude. You're not talking with me. It's complicated, Gigi. I'm sorry. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the Pimplicar Music Challenge. Your goal is to drive over the bagpipes and only
Drive
the
over the
bagpipes.
okay.
Paradise
Bring the
just
noise!
nominated Frosthaven.
Ready? Go!
What? Happy Independence Day, if you are celebrating, as we all know. 19 years ago today,
Zahn
Gordon
just boosted
Freeman
Jade Emperor.
liberated United States of America from aliens. So,
Zahn just boosted
America
Locality.
celebrates Independence Day since then. And we are going to be reenacting that liberation today. We are going
Zahn
to be
just
playing
boosted Deus Ex Human Revolution.
the game Half-Life 2, inspired by real events.
If you not get out of water, we can't catch fishes. Get out! You is scaring fish.
Or what?
If you
Huh?
not get out of water, we can't catch fishes.
So, how is that my problem?
You is scaring fish.
I think I'll just take a bath. Haha, stupid. Stupid bugs. We can do that. No worries. Okay. Nothing here. Then that means we are taking this road. Let's call the horse. Come on, Pebbles. Hey, yeah. Who put the house there? Mr. Crowley, we could do that. No. I kind of want to jump down. I think we can kill them. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped inside. The mouth, you know? I'm back. Thanks for sticking around there, buddy. I got more tea. Okay. Okay, I guess we are gonna hire a second car.
Welcome back.
Thanks, Thor. Let's hire a second car. I think we're gonna make a lot of money by selling that. The open road. This promises to be a buttersome route. Final departure. Oh no, time's... Thanks, Nancy. We found a member of the Coachmakers Guild to carry us to Amsterdam. She loaded the cases onto the back, stocked the boiler, and took off at high speed along the coastal road, swerving around each corner with considerable skill and, I think, a touch of showmanship. I clung on tight. This would be a terrific ride. Your character is now courageous. Converse. Greetings, driver. I cannot drive well if you are talking to me. Ask Elaine Gerard about Amsterdam. I have nothing to say. Query Elaine Gerard about this route. Berlin. Is it possible to go from Amsterdam to Berlin? I believe so. Berlin can be reached from Amsterdam by private car, but the journey is a tiring one. Then from Berlin to Thesen, Bucharest. Bucharest is in Romania, right? Talk a lot, don't you? Goodbye. It's the capital. Probably the only city I know in Romania. Once or twice, the metal-rimmed wheels lifted the chassis clear from the road on one side, only to bump down after a chuff and puff more of the engine. We were jolted around like so much poultry as the wind whipped through our hair. A fabulous way to travel. The Polish inventor Bozek, who had first attached a perfectly decent locomotive engine underneath a flimsy wooden crate, was clearly a genius. My good friends, if I were not destined to be a valet until the day I have grey hairs in my ears, I would become a car driver. Does such a role exist? Perhaps I will invent it if not. Toot toot. I watched the driver as we rode. She doesn't like being talked to. To learn her secrets should I get the opportunity to drive for myself. Plan. The geometry equipment should be quite valuable here. Let's plan. Berlin. Oh, that's gonna be a tough ride. I suspect this departure could be adjusted. Let's negotiate. Thoroughly ungentlemanly behavior. 6:20 tomorrow. The ticket... Oh, in 2 days. I think we can spend 2 days. It's alright. Let's rest. I want to visit the market. Though the people of Amsterdam move about its canal-side streets with a sense of optimism and good cheer, one good look at their buildings tells another story. Perhaps 200 years ago this was the center of the world, but these days the Zulu diamond fields have drawn away the trade from Europe, and the importance of Amsterdam is a little faded. I sympathize, bien sûr. How do you say that? France's own position has been precarious since the debacle with Napoleon. Apparent. I feel so bad. I don't know how to say any of these things. I don't know what they mean. It's a most ill-advised venture to attempt to conquer all of Russia and Europe and Russia besides. My first tries are usually right. I'm just not sure. Would I walk along the Seine one day, thinking back to our old days of lost glory? I approached a street peddler for advice, who greeted me with a cheerful smile beneath a caterpillar-like mustache. We are going around the world. Now, what is the fastest way on from here? I asked. Car, I suppose, but the roads are good. The roads are good. The canals used to be better, but now they seem almost out of date, he sighed. It's a curse to be rich in the past. By the time the future rolls around, you are poor again. I find the rich mostly stay rich. He shrugged, and I began to wonder whether that truism would apply to my master after our journey was done. The peddler reached into his pocket. Buy an apple, £1. I bought it. And took it with a smile. I thanked the peddler and moved on. So many choices, all that remained was to choose how best to depart. Your funds have gone down a touch, which is like £1. Come on. So we can go to Copenhagen from here. Is that where you are? Wait, Copenhagen? Oh, market opens at 7. It's open now. We want to sell the geometry equipment. Hydrate, yes. Time is passing. Time is passing while I'm drinking water. This game is a little cruel in that term. Like, it's passing so fast. Thanks for the hydrate, multi. Let's... European carriages lists. Oh, look at how valuable this is in Munich. Let's get it. Maybe we'll stop by. And get this too. Wow, we learned so many routes. Thessaloniki? There is no Varna. How are we gonna visit Marto? I guess we can go to Sofia though. Let's plan. So, I want to visit both Berlin and Munich. We can go to Berlin, Munich, then go to Southeast Europe, go to Turkey from there. Let's start by Berlin. Alright. Open the luggage. Wait, how do I get out of this menu? Let's explore. Greek, I don't know what it actually means. Hey Mattel, welcome. How are you today? I took a few hours to explore, investigating the various options for how we might continue our journey. I don't think there's much we can do. We just spent the day at the hotel. With one remained of the day, I made certain to repack and iron everything. I spent a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby. I spent a few hours walking around. Let's repack and iron everything. To better ready us for our inevitable departure. Depart to Berlin. Uncomfortable conditions, the open road. This promised to be a bothersome option, but the traveling cloak from a gentleman's set should see us to rights. Oh, that's nice. Our next leg was another short trip in a car. I bounded in, eager to get started. We hired the same driver as before. You too, she exclaimed. Get in. Converse. What is your wish, master? Passepartout, there you are. How is our progress, monsieur? Day 5, I believe, early days. How are our funds? We are quite comfortable. Very good, sir. Sorry, very good, monsieur. As we departed Amsterdam for Berlin, I begged Monsieur Fogg to allow me a turn at the wheel. He looked at our driver, who smiled and happily moved to one side. The wheel beneath my hands was like nothing I have experienced before. Such a responsibility. Knowing the slightest sneeze could send us veering into a ditch. The mechanism of the car... No, I drove by sheer instinct. Without thoughts to the mechanisms involved. That presumably is how we became a cropper. Is how we became a cropper? What does it mean? I don't even understand the English of this game, let alone all the other languages. I had assumed the car would start as normal, after we paused on a slope to avoid a wandering passerby. I was mistaken, however, as we rolled backwards. I do believe all that stopped us was the ditch into which we tilted, caught like a ship in a bottle. Far worse was the expression on my master's face. Hours later, the car was fixed and we were able to drive on, but the irrevocable had already occurred. We were now a day behind. Wow. I should have never attempted. Fog. A shaped mustache. Excellent. Shaped mustache. Not shaved mustache, which is completely different from a shaved mustache. We made good progress in the car, but not enough to recover our lost time. Toot, my friends, toot. Toot, my friends, freely. Toot everywhere. It's okay. So, our driver asked quite suddenly after a full day and a half of silence, "Why are you going to Berlin anyway?" "We are heading south towards Istanbul and the Black Sea," I told her. She nodded. "My cousin works on a steamer from Istanbul to Novorossiysk. Novorossiysk. Where is Novorossiysk? Came a cropper, suffer misfortune. Okay. Where is Novorossiysk? Is the good crossing? The driver shook her head. He says he hates it. That was the extent of our discussion. She returned to driving, and I to watching the world slip by. Sounds Russian. Could be Russian. Could be many countries. It's like 50 kilometers from none of your business. Where is that? Is that like Georgia? Converse. The road swept beneath our feet like a dogged gardener. Finally, we came upon sight of tiled roofs, the harbor, and the smell of herring. We had arrived in Berlin. The Chateau de Yquem wine could earn us well here. I know, that's why we stopped by here. The only reason. Cruise for transport. Khartoum. I don't know where Khartoum is. Caribbean timetable. Let's... Wait, Caribbean? I don't think we are gonna be going there at all. Let's get the railway whistle. Okay. We want to go to Munich. It would appear we cannot go this way today. That's okay, we are gonna spend the day. Hotel. Let's plan. Tomorrow before 6 p.m. Okay. Thanks for the lurk, Thazen. We stayed for the night in the Hotel Adlon in Unter den Linden. Unter den Linden, the main boulevard in the central Mitte district. From the window, the Brandenburg Gate was lit by upturned gas lamps. I went for a late-night stroll. Getting all this money early is a really good start. Running out of money is usually a bigger problem. Okay, good to know. I went for a late-night stroll along the avenue, past groups of people drinking at low tables. I sat down beside a pair of ladies. Ooh, Passepartout, who were each trying to outdrink the other. I kept score for them. As jug by jug they slid slowly underneath the outdoor table and onto the cobblestones beneath. The evening was riotous, and I learned from my new friends, Adele and Claudia, that you could pick up Viking drinking horns in Stockholm that will sell for a fortune in Antalya. Oh, really? But I don't think we can stop by Stockholm. Relationship with Fog have improved slightly. Why? Why is Fog with us? I think we can explore. Berlin, they tell me, was once filled with the glorious sound of people speaking French. Not so anymore. It seemed so foul on the streets, we did not go out. No. Now there is nothing but the crashing of gears. Every street corner is equipped with rotatories and wheeled systems that spin glass globes this way and that. Their purpose is quite unclear, but I noticed people walking quickly past them. When I investigated one, by clambering up the pole, using my acrobatic training, much to my master's horror, I found it was a solid crystal sphere with no openings and nothing inside. The mystery persisted until nightfall, when these globes all lit up. What? We didn't stay until nightfall. And the people of Berlin clustered around the warmth of the globes to drink beer and converse. It seems they work hard here, but they celebrate with equal vigor. We joined the merriment, earning ourselves the offer of a lift all the way to Bucharest from a stocky blonde man who spoke only in dour monosyllables. I sipped at a mug of beer with a thick head and recoiled in horror. These fiends put wheat in their beer. The afternoon turned to evening, and we finished our explorations of Berlin. It would be nice to take that path right now, but I need to stop by Berlin. I mean, Munich. Let's go. We are going by steam carriage. We crossed from Berlin to Munich in a patched up steam carriage. Smoke pumped out of the back through a tall iron chimney, leaving a soot-smudged wake which trailed behind us like a flag. Our driver Christoph could not stop talking of his father, who was an engine driver and had just been promoted. The Kaiser has merged all the state railways into the Reich Railway, he told us proudly. We have the most efficient system in all of Europe. What of the Orient Express? I asked. He grinned. The parts near Germany work well. The rest of the line will no doubt be excellent once it's finished. Converse. Greetings, Christoph. Don't worry, you won't distract me from the road. Munich to Venice. On the subject of cars, I've heard Ottawa can be reached from Toronto by local hire car. We are way too far away from Canada. Why do we need to hear about that? Apples. Use the apples. An apple, Christoph? You are too kind. Ask Christoph about Munich. Munich is doing very well these days. Munich to Nice. Nice. Seems unlikely to me now anyway. Do you like trains? Indeed. I do. They are comfortable. So do I. I do not mind driving, but a train would be better. Ask about Venice. They say the whole city is a ship. Venice to Athens. You mentioned boats. I've been told Alexandria can be reached from Beirut aboard the merchant trader Nefertiti. Athens to Izmir. That may be the route we take. We have a timetable for routes from Athens to Izmir. On the subject of boats, I've heard one can travel by merchant ship from Muscat to Karachi. I have no idea where these cities are. Muscat, Karachi, they both sound familiar, but I don't know where they are. Change the subject to Istanbul. You mentioned carriages. I've been told one can travel by hired palanquin from Delhi to Madras, but the journey is a tiring one. On Lahore to Delhi. I guess I can just press on these and learn new paths. Vladivostok. Vladivostok is the home of the Russian Pacific Fleet. Pyongyang. Is that Korea? I suppose we will have to go. We may have to go through Canada or Caribbean on our way back. I suppose I didn't. North Korea. Yeah. One man passing called out, "You're English?" "Indeed we are." "Pip pip," he called back in a crude imitation of Monsieur Fogg's accent, and he and his fellows fell about laughing as we left them far behind. I shook my head with distaste, and Monsieur Fogg nodded very slightly. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. Markets, let's sell the traveling cloak. Okay, this is so much money. European train timetable. Valuable in Budapest. We may go to Budapest. Get the apples too, why not? Plan. I think we can go to Vienna, then Budapest. Stop by Joe. Visit Joe in Budapest. Well, I don't know if she's in Budapest. Then go to Bucharest. Meet with Faison. Go to Sofia. Maybe Marto will meet. I bet there is some sort of travel option from Bucharest to Istanbul. Let's go to Vienna first. In 2 days. Negotiate. The traveling cloak from our gentleman traveler set should spur them on. I'm gonna spend the time. I think we have time to waste. Let's stay at the hotel and rest up as well. The Franco-Prussian War had concluded but a year previously, thus my French accent was a disadvantage during our short time in Munich. The concierge of our hotel was most suspicious when I approached the desk. I did not care for politics. Myself. What was the enmity of nations to me? Still, in order to avoid any untowardness... Well, I don't think we can go to Transylvania, so Faison is gonna have to meet us halfway. Affected a Viennese accent. That's gonna be even worse, I think. Spoke as little as possible during our stay, and I tried to adopt a Germanic rather than Francophone expression to match, with perhaps mixed success, if Monsieur Fogg's faintly quizzical looks were of any measure. Let's explore today. There was little daylight in Munich. The sky was shrouded in steam and oil fumes from the tractors and hydraulic excavators in the streets. A place of industry, then, whose citizens wore dark cloaks to protect their finery from the soot. I brushed a few specks of dirt from my collar, absent-mindedly, far more intrigued by the gleaming machines remaking the city's skyline. Rumor had it that this work was the doing of the Bavarian king. But the spectacle was more interesting to me than the patronage. What does it matter who makes the machines when the machines themselves are so wondrous? Must we look for the creator's hand behind every gleaming marvel? I shared the thought with Monsieur Fogg, who raised an eyebrow. All machines eventually go wrong, and then it is imperative that we know how to fix them. I felt altogether chastened. I do sometimes wonder if my master truly appreciates my skills. We need to spend another day, right? No, we can go today. Let's go. Venice. We hired a private driver with an oil-guzzling Bozek car. Bozek car? What is that? Who took off at high speed once we were aboard. It appeared to be reinforced with metal strips and brackets that looked a lot like parts from broken farm equipment. The driver himself had haymaker hands that suggested he had not long ago been a laborer on the land. I asked him about himself as we drove, but he replied in monosyllables, so our conversation degenerated into a guessing game. Had he designed the car himself? No, it was a Bozek designed by Bozek, of course. Did he drive often? Of course he did. He had a family to feed, didn't everyone? Was or had he been a soldier? No, and that war with France had seemed most unnecessary to him. I exhausted him. We fell silent, but for the sputtering and spurting of the engine as it exploded rhythmically beneath us. Hey, Jer, welcome. How are you, Jer? Hope you are well today.
Jer_RPG just
close
tooted
shave.
Shining
Superb.
Force. SHSHH. Tired.
Hope you can
Getting
get some
into the
rest,
thick
Jer.
of it again, am I right?
By midday, we had crested the mountains and our journey was almost steam-free. I relished the fresh air. And I could see my master did as well. But there was still another 2 hours to go before we would reach the shore and the ferryboat to the city of Venice. I was exhausted and I fear irritable, and I'm quite sure Monsieur Fogg caught sight of my mood. Still, we survived. The car did not explode, and we were rowed across the gulf to the city of canals. The lamps were just being lit, and we lost ourselves in the narrow, winding alleys, enjoying the smells of grilling fish on red wine and the sparkle of glass from shop windows. This was a pretty place we had arrived in indeed. My relationship with Fogg has deteriorated slightly. Your character is now suave. Okay, let's plan. So, Budapest. Arrives Friday. Departs tomorrow at 5 p.m. Spend the day at the hotel. I was walking along a canal side in Venice when I found myself in the midst of a group of revelers. They were a fabulous array of masks, some beak-nosed, others brightly feathered, and even some spun of fine glittering wire. I bowed in greeting, and gave them such a surprise that one tripped, turned, then tumbled into the canal. Her friends seemed drunkenly unconcerned and fell about in pealing laughter as the woman cursed and trashed in dark water. I dove to the rescue, reaching her in a few strokes. Zutalors! What does it mean? The water was cold. She kicked and fought as I hauled her to a nearby flight of steps. Fiammetta is the daughter of the canal, one of her friends put in. You should have left her in it. Another drunken youth agreed. It's the only time she bathes. Fiammetta coughed and choked as I hauled her from the water. I averted my eyes tactfully, for her sodden clothing was immodestly plastered to her skin. Who are you? She demanded, seeming to see me for the first time. Her friends made various kissing noises and suggested a variety of improbable roles for me. A clown, one said. No, no, another interjected. An agent of the Pope. Yet another added sotto voce? It's like, damn it, Zutalors. But did I say it correctly? What is sotto voce? Voce? Was? Sotto was? In hushed tone. Is it like Latin or Italian or something? Fiammetta's foreign lover, which caused them all to laugh as Fiammetta cursed them with admirable thoroughness. Allure, Zutalor. Okay. Are you alright? I asked with some concern. Of course, she replied haughtily, wringing out her hair. I'm Venetian. I cannot drown. It's simply not possible. Do not mind Fiammetta, her friends remarked softly. She is angry because of her work, and because of what happened to her brother. What happened to her brother? What happened to her brother? Sophos happened to him, Fiammetta interjected, scowling. And now that blasted Greek has joined with this Scuola. What is the Scuola? She looks shocked at my ignorance. It is what the artificers of Venice call themselves. They control everything in Italy these days. She spat into the canal. If you chance to take the airship from Rome to Athens, you might meet Signor Sophos. Put a knife in his heart before he takes yours. I will give him your love, I promised ambiguously. Fiammetta laughed darkly, and one of her friends took her arm. Leave such thoughts for another night, he advised, pulling her away. I returned to Monsieur Fogg, still somewhat damp. Alright, let's depart. Oh, actually we have time to explore. Until 5 p.m. I was waiting my turn at the gondola rank near the Rialto Bridge when a gondolier from across the canal waved frantically to catch my attention. Monsieur, I will take you. I recognized that voice. Mon Dieu, it was the very woman I had pulled from the canal the night before. I waved her over. Having tired of waiting in line, she made a sharp turn through the water, earning the ire of several other boatmen who had to swerve to avoid her. Fiammetta! The booking agent who ran the rank shook his fist in her direction. Leave my customers alone. You deserve no customers, Zorzi. Fiammetta shouted back, ignoring me entirely. Was it possible she did not remember me? Those creatures of yours are not gondoliers. They know nothing of the soul of Venice. I did not understand her meaning, until I peered at one of the gondolas in the rank. Parbleu! The oarsmen at the stern were machines of fearsome inhumanity. Their faces were covered by feathered carnival masks and their hands tapered into oars. Signor. Signore? Signore, my automaton gondoliers are the prize of Venice, Zorzi insisted breathlessly as he reached me. They are guaranteed safe by Scuola, our local artificers guild. Fiammetta here is a troublemaker. From the water, Fiammetta called. I am a true gondolier. I nodded and stepped into Fiammetta's gondola. I like trouble, I told Zorzi with a shrug. Fiammetta gave him a perfectly executed mocking curtsy as we pulled away. No mean feat while also holding an oar and balancing on the prow of the low craft. Oh, this is a low crafting game. Wow. Zorzi supported the Risorgimento. The Italian unification. Fiammetta told me as she pushed us forward. Now he is a bootlicker of the Scuola and dabbles in their infernal mechanicals. Why do you hate automata? I asked curiously. I do not hate them, I fear them. They are soulless. The Pope has declared them abominations, and yet they roam the streets and canals of Venice. Do continue. She took a deep breath. It's an open secret that Scuola run Italy. In all but name, the king is their puppet. We are a kingdom run by artificers. It is terrible, I exclaimed. Directly influencing governance was against the artificer's creed. But it seemed that the Scuola had some revolutionary ideas of its own. The gondola slid onward. I listened as Fiammetta raged against her Scuola. The Scuola has money and power and their infernal devices. They are an impossible enemy. She gave me a sharp look before tugging a length of grey and red braid from her cap and handing it to me. But there are those who fight still. The Zouave of Rome will never surrender to the Scuola. Perhaps, my friend, you are one of us? I took the braid and nodded. I have no idea what's going on, by the way. She smiled and gave me a small, sincere salute. We lapsed into silence. We rode past palazzos and Gothic churches, each more grand than the last. Fiammetta giving me a potted history of Venice in her own idiosyncratic style. It was a pleasant enough way to spend an afternoon, though it was uncomfortably close to traveling. Okay, let's depart. Going to Budapest. Toot toot. By good fortune, we happened upon a tradesman who was setting up for Budapest in the early evening with a cartload of supplies. We hopped cheerfully aboard. Greetings, Monsieur Federico. Yes, Passepartout, what is it? Budapest, Thessaloniki. Speaking of trains, I understand Allahabad can be reached from Bombay aboard the Great Indian Peninsular Railway. Thessaloniki, Istanbul. The Grand Bazaar is not to be missed. I avoid the Grand Bazaar. I wouldn't want to be there. Not at all. It's so extremely crowded. Don't go there. It's a tourist trap. If you ever come to Istanbul, don't go to the Grand Bazaar. You will be cheated out of your money and you will be crushed in all the masses that visit there. The Grand Bazaar is not to be approached, yes. Istanbul, Antalya. On the subject of carriages, I've heard there is a regular service by the road from Bangalore to Madras, but the fare is very high. Antalya, Alexandria. You mentioned boats. I've been told one can travel aboard the Spicy Jake from Batavia to Singapore, but the journey is a tiring one. Alexandria, Cairo. You mentioned cars. I've been told one can travel by private car from Riyadh to Manama. Cairo, Suez. The canal is changing everything. Suez, Bombay. On the subject of steamships, I've heard one can sail aboard the SS Thunder from Chittagong to Singapore, Bombay, Calcutta. They say that the Bengalese are much in favor of Indian independence. Calcutta, Hong Kong. On the subject of steamships, I've heard my uncle had a friend who worked aboard the cargo steamer from Lima to Santiago. Now, they say that you can buy good false teeth in Santiago, extremely valuable in Asuncion. Santiago to Lima. Who cares? But you can pick up sugar canes in Lima. You can sell for profit in Burlington. Talk a lot, don't you? Would you like an apple, sir? Why, yes. Asuncion. Now, they say that there isn't a bank to be found in Asuncion. Pitcairn Island. Who cares? But there's neither hotel, bank, nor market in Pitcairn Island. Tolkala, yes. I got Asuncion in one try. I'm making it up as I go. I guess I'm making good guesses. Machu Picchu. Santiago. Our journey was marked by strange noises from the back of the cart, but our driver did not wish to tell us what our cargo was. I was overcome by natural curiosity. So his attempt at subterfuge only lasted as long as it took us to reach the first refueling point on the winding mountain road. There was a hatch in the cabin. I opened it and looked through, but could see nothing in the darkness of the rear of the van, except perhaps for small things on legs moving, things like golden crabs. Then the driver returned and I quickly whipped back round in my seat, none the wiser and twice as cautious. So smuggling crabs? Quite the adventures, yeah. We arrived in Budapest by a spectacular road that curved down a vertiginous slope. Its beauty enthralled me, and I did not want the journey to end, while Monsieur Fogg was eager to be moving on and did not wait in the cab a second longer than needed. This man is supplying the artificer's guild with something, Fogg remarked as we disembarked. He has the lily tattoo under his arm. I nodded in agreement. It was the only plausible explanation. I had not realized artificers shipped their goods around using private individuals. I suppose I had assumed they wired goods to each other through glass tubes or such like. But as always, the truth was more prosaic than any imagining. Budapest. Where was Budapest? Was it in Hungary? Yeah, Budapest is capital of Hungary. Maybe Joe lives here, who knows? Let's go to the markets. Absinthe, $5,000 in Moscow. Maybe we'll go to Moscow, who knows? Magnetic compass, windscarf, dusty road set. Vodka? Neck cushion. I'd love to find the Gentleman Traveler set second piece, but it's not here. We sell the magnifying glass. We sell the... sell the apple. Put this here. Can I? Okay. Neck cushion. Magnetic compass might be nice. Dusty road. Take me home. Clear vodka. I don't know if we are gonna go to Moscow, but if we do, we are gonna make a ton of money. Quelimane? I have no idea where Quelimane is. I would also love to find the second piece of the valeting set. Alright, let's plan. So we want to go to Bucharest. Arrives Wednesday. Oh, we cannot go directly to Bucharest. We have to go from Thessaloniki. That's unfortunate. There should be more options. Like, I see a path from Budapest to Bucharest. Interesting. I guess maybe we are not going there. Orient Express in 2 days. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Alright, we are gonna go to Greece then in 2 days. Let's explore. I spent a few hours in exploration, learning ways in which we might travel onwards. Okay, hotel. Going to Greece what in 2 days? We are going to Greece lightning. A dusty jacketed Englishman at our hotel recommended a restaurant called Clemens to Monsieur Fogg. The Magyars make an excellent broth, he promised. Ominous words indeed. I had never really been one for advice from dusty jacketed fellows. Being one for broth. A broth is, in my humble opinion, merely an incomplete consomme. At best an inferior bouillon. Isn't broth and bouillon the same thing? I thought they were the same thing. Monsieur Fogg was set on the matter, however. I concealed my trepidation. I could not argue, and decided instead to sulk genteelly, in the manner of a well-trained chambermaid. We settled to dinner at Clemens, where our soup arrived in a gleaming silver tureen. My master, a man of impeccably high standards, even remarked upon the tureen's flawless polish. Yeah, I suppose that's exactly the case, Thor. At which point it exploded. Splattering myself, Monsieur Fogg, and an extremely bewildered waiter in admittedly delicious salmon broth. A fellow diner had been struck by the edges of the tureen lid and was bleeding from the temple. I attended my master, who looked remarkably unperturbed by the entire affair. Perhaps in England, exploding entrees were commonplace. The head chef had by this time emerged from the kitchen. He pointed towards the wall and began a voluble rant which needed little translation. The broth had splattered the ivory wall in the intricately curved shape of a lily, unmistakably the symbol of the artificer's skill. Interesting. I examined the ruined tureen. Right at the bottom was a tiny automaton, the size and shape of a scarab beetle. It was rather clogged with soup. and a bit dented, but its metal legs were still kicking. Clearly, it was responsible for the symbolically exploding soup. I showed it to a waiter, whose face immediately darkened. The Artificers Guild, he muttered. Kurwa, sir. Kurwa? Isn't this Polish? They have gone too far this time. I looked around the chaos caused by a single bowl of exploding soup. I've never seen such a mess. Our waiter sighed. We will of course offer you reimbursement for your interrupted meal, he declared. It hardly made a difference, but I accepted nonetheless. My stomach made unseemly grumbles as we walked back along the elegantly lit and neatly macadamed Andressy Avenue. It would be unseemly to gloat, but I cannot resist. I knew nothing good could come of a broth. Wow. It came full circle about the broth. Your character is not courageous. Let's rest. We need to heal up. Come on, heal up. As night fell, I attended to Monsieur Fogg. Oh, why is this different color? This looks like already selected for some reason. Is this a bug? I attended to Monsieur Fogg, providing him with clipped mustaches with the hopes he would have a comfortable night. Yeah, gotta be a bug. Alright, so Thessaloniki. Okay, this is a goods ride at least. Orient Express. We are gonna pass Belgrade. Today we turn south. The Orient Express company ran a spur line from Budapest that swept down the length of Europe to Athens. It originally stopped midway at Belgrade, but since that city's almost total destruction, in the last confrontation between the Austro-Hungarians and the Ottomans, the train now went straight through. It was a wonder there were not more bombs. No, such destruction. It was to be hoped, taught the powers that be a lesson about tolerance. Converse. Greetings, Madame Guard. Show me your ticket first, please. Yes, monsieur, how can I help? Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is named after the half-sister of Alexander the Great. Istanbul. You mentioned trains. I've been told Wadi Halfa is connected to Khartoum by rail. Khartoum. The rumor is you can pick up engine oil in Khartoum you can sell for profit in Madras. Madras. I hear that you can obtain tobacco in Madras, extremely valuable in Hong Kong. Despite knowing to expect it, I could not help but gasp as we swept through the empty husk of Belgrade. It seemed home only to ghosts. It was like a perfectly preserved museum exhibit. To all appearances, one might believe there had never been people here at all. Quite what had happened, no one truly knew. The roads, houses, viaducts were all still standing. The gas lamps still burned, but not a single voice cried out, and not a door or shutter moved. I asked Monsieur Fogg his thoughts, and he sighed. I fear that our age is seeing a great experimentation in warfare, much as in every other walk of life. Hey Gary, we were just looking at this game yesterday after a reviewer for Neo Atlas 1469 mentioned it. What were your thoughts about it, Gary? Good to see you. I fear so. Indeed, he replied, but at least the trains move faster. His answer seemed to me as bleak as Belgrade itself, but as the Orient Express left it behind, it carried us towards a long evening of gentle wines and candlelight, which went some way towards lightening the soul. Health. I'm in roaring health, but we must make haste. Journey. We have barely begun. We arrived at Thessaloniki station in northern Greece in the morning. We disembarked without delay. I don't know about Heaven's World. Okay, let's check the market. Canadian train, Egyptian cigars. Part of the open road set. I would like this, but I think we can get rid of the European things.
I love you, cheese.
Let's get all of that. Hey Zerfuse, welcome. Little glows, yeah. How are you doing, Zerfuse?
Sometimes I dream about cheese.
Let's explore. The people of the city are crazy. They go out in the evenings to tear down what remains of their city wall. I've never seen such a thing. Granted, it's not as though the walls keep anything out. They encircle barely half the city and are easily scalable due to the quantity of rubble piled up this side and that. I stopped the young woman and asked what they were doing. But she only laughed in my face. You may not know our city now, she replied, not in the least bit of answering my question, but soon we will encompass the entirety of the northern Greece. A mighty prize. Hey Ash. You're sleepy lurking? I'm doing okay. I'm also sleepy. I'm doing okay. This game is enjoyable. I'm having a good time with it. A mighty prize, I agreed in earnest, and she only wildly before raising the sledgehammer she had brought along for the occasion. She said about the ancient walls once more, and I stayed nearby and helped out. But though I got into the spirit of the action, I must be honest, I did not enjoy it. I'm a gentleman's gentleman, and my handiwork is delicate. Let's plan. Let's go to Istanbul. Tomorrow at 10. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. We will barely have time to explore. Hotel. We won't have time to explore. Before retiring, I polished our shoes and hat brims. I ran a few errands for the hotelier. Is that gonna earn us money, maybe? Let's go to stretch out my legs this time. And spoke to a somewhat frenetic Italian errand boy who was looking for a child. Okay. Whom I found near a clockmaker's. The errand boy thanked me and, as we talked, remarked that the quickest way to Antalya is to go via Istanbul. I asked him how he knew, and he launched into a long and complicated story about his brother's own second cousin. A convoluted tale, and one not worth repeating here. Yeah, sounds like a Balkan, any random average Balkan person, alright. Launching into a long and complicated story about his brother's own second cousin. Departs to Istanbul. Actually, departs to the ads. We are gonna pause, run the ads. We are gonna continue in 3 minutes. Stick around, chat. I'll see you very soon. I appreciate your patience with the ads. See you soon. We probably have some boosts.
Parrotwise just listed Dragon Age Inquisition.
Wizardry 8. Might and Magic.
Parrotwise just ghosted Grim Dawn. Prince_Robot just boosted Donsbury Days.
Gorky. Old Republic. Isn't them? Oh no. Oh no.
Parrotwise just roosted look outside.
That was horrible.
Quiescent pandemonium just boosted lion.
How
Quiescent
did you come up
pandemonium
with
just
that
boosted banner.
while you were still sleeping?
Quiescent pandemonium just boosted rail.
Gloomhaven.
I am in control.
Old Republic. What? No, not Old Republic. Gloomhaven. Decadence.
Eschraffle just boosted Menzo.
Paris Choice was
Eschraffle just
Broken
boosted
Roads,
Dragon
right?
Age. Eschraffle just
Jade
boosted Jade
Empire.
Empire.
Dragonfall. Sagatsu. Jade Empire. Look outside. Deus Ex. Shining Force. Phasen, why did you just cut out the final letters of each game? Jade Empire, Lookout Sid, Deus Ex Human Revolutio. Like that doesn't make it any shorter to type. It's clearly deliberate. Why did you do that? Acquisition. Grim Dawn. Downsbury Days. Look outside. Look outside flying through the ranks. Lionheart. Banner Saga, Underrail. Menzo. Dragon Age. Jade Empire. Thanks for the boosts, Ash, QP, Parrot, Prince, Jair, Thazen, Thor, Sangnif, Ikit, Draven. That's all. Let's go back to the game. Thanks for sticking around through the ads, everybody. Thanks for your patience. Alright, Istanbul time. We are coming to my city, chat. Are you ready? Well, this is not Turkey, obviously, at this stage. It's still the Ottoman Empire. So my city, but not my country, I suppose. We boarded the train promptly, despite the crazed man who blocked our path. He was trying to tell me something. And I paused to listen. The artificers, he hissed. They aren't content just to make. Believe me, they long to destroy. I asked him how he could be certain, but he merely tapped the side of his nose and answered, wires. He nodded farewell and stepped onto the train. Converse. Greetings, Madame Apostolis. Passepartout, my dear. What can you tell me of Istanbul? Many Istanbullus? Oh. Oh, interesting. They use the Turkish word, Istanbullu. Means from Istanbul. Istanbullu. Many Istanbullus disagree with the policies of the Sublime Porte.
I'm starving.
Enjoy your food, Cupid. I've been told I've heard bad things about the steamer from Istanbul to Novorossiysk. On the subject of steamships, I've heard Nova Goa is connected to Colombo by boats. Egyptian cigars. Most generous.
Bogu_Bogo just musted instant bullies.
What? No. Prince Leo Galitzine oversees the Imperial Vineyards. How are you, Bogu? Welcome.
Bogu_Bogo just musted that explains the toxicity her.
Sublime Porte was an actual term used in Turkey. I've never heard that. I have no idea what that means.
Bogu_Bogo just musted esp Kali from the streamer.
Excuse me? Are you calling me toxic? You calling me toxic. Wow. Now that's big, Bogu, that's big. The coastal train from Thessaloniki to Istanbul appeared to be determined to go the long way round, as if the builders had preferred to stay in sight of the sea at all times for the good of their health. Sublime Porte refers to the Ottoman central government. Oh, I have no idea. Obviously, that is all outdated now. It's Turkey is completely different from the Ottoman Empire. It was a fair distance, but it was still terribly slow. In Paradox Grand Strategy games, like Crusader Kings and stuff, right? I enjoyed the fresh air myself, of course. With the sun shining, the Aegean was quite beautiful, and I could have been happy lazing by its shore if it were not for Monsieur Fogg's insistence on constant departure, Victoria 2 and whatnot. In truth, we spent so little time in each city in which we land that arrival seems to be an overstatement of the facts. On board, I fell in with a middle-aged Greek couple who were going to Istanbul to meet their daughter. I asked them about journeys through the Middle East, but they shrugged. Our daughter is studying in Alexandria, the mother said. Where is Alexandria? Is it in Macedonia? So we've been to Egypt. Is it in Egypt? To Luxor. Oh, Alexandria is in Egypt. Okay. The tombs were the most incredible, but we never crossed the Red Sea. The train pulled up at Sirkeci Terminal, and I waved the couple off as we disembarked. The Sirkeci Terminal is still there, by the way. Sirkeci is part of Istanbul, like a district of Istanbul. Alright, let's check the markets. Southern Hemisphere timetable, driving gloves, air sickness pills. Ooh. Oh no, we have to listen to the prayer. Call to prayer. Okay, I gotta move on from here. As quickly as possible. What should I get rid of? I want the air sickness pills. Thanks, Ash. That helps. I want to visit the market, so let's plan first. Oh, we cannot take... Oh, okay, we should be able to take a ship to Antalya. Although, do I want to go that way? Or do I just want to go to Moscow and just go here? Baku? Tehran? Riyadh? Let's go towards Moscow. In 2 days. Okay, we are going to go here. I woke this morning in the silks of an Ottoman harem girl. Worse yet, I was in the forbidden women's apartment of Topkapı Palace. What? I had no memory of the previous night. No, it came back to me all too clearly. A shuttered, noisy Armenian tavern, many cups of rakı, the unexpectedly potent local liquor, a smiling Greek merchant telling me of the incomparable mosaics of the harem of Topkapı Palace, home of the wives and coal-eyed concubines of the Sultan. But men are forbidden the harem, he warned, on pain of death. I took his words as a challenge. I shall enter the harem, I shouted. I am given to making rash declarations when in my cups, a trait assuredly inherited from my maman's side. I bartered for a costume, reasoning that I could disguise myself as a repair woman. and stride right through the front doors of the palace. I claimed I had been summoned to see a faulty steam valve in one of the harem's many ornate luxurious baths, and was let in with minimal fuss. It seems that even sultans and their wives are servants to the vagaries of plumbing. I was unable to escape the same way, however. A lady blocked my path, demanding my costume in return for hers. "Madame, I will be killed if I am found here," I protested. "Better hurry up then," she replied. "We are both getting out of here now." I did exactly as she told me to. Soon she was a repair woman, while I was a lady, the guards did not recognize or care about, and together we walked out through the front door. My new friend thanked me as I thanked her. Then she disappeared into the streets. Wow. Wow. That's impossible. That's an impossible story. I found Monsieur Fogg reading a newspaper. Back at our lodgings. He looked up and blushed a most violent shade of red as he took in my attire, setting his cup down with uncharacteristic force. I gave my master a much abbreviated account of my adventures, but I do not think he really understood. Still, I stammered through my words before we settled in to consider the next course of our journey. My character is now slick. Wow. Right, so we plan to go to Novorossiysk tomorrow at 12. Where is this place? Novorossiysk. Where is the city? Russia? Russia expands that south? Wow. Maybe I cannot tell the map. Explore. Oh, we can go directly to Tehran, Herat, Kabul. Just north of Georgia. It looks like Georgia, yeah. I found myself in the historic quarter of Sultanahmet, in the shadow of the glorious minarets of the Blue Mosque. I had some hours before I had to return to Monsieur Fogg and was finding myself attracting some entertaining attention in my flashing silks. The streets were... I made my way to the Grand Bazaar, a covered market holding thousands upon thousands of stalls divided into streets of vendors selling everything from Turkish leather slippers to dried fruits and nuts stacked in precarious pyramids. The vendors called out in every language known to man, and I'd wager some entirely invented. I pressed into the raucous throng, in my silks by the way, my senses overwhelmed by the calls of the vendors and the aromas of cinnamon and mint. From one man's stall, I picked up a worked silver dagger. Ah, the Balkan khanjar with watered steel blade. A formidable choice, mademoiselle, the vendor enthused. A ceremonial item, although, he winked, it may have practical uses for a beautiful lady such as yourself. I smiled at him. Passepartout. And you offered me the dagger for 60 pounds. I paid him the money. I bought the dagger and the vendor accepted my money with a wide smile, packing up my new khanjar with alacrity. We got scammed. I am 110% sure this dagger is like fake and worth only 6 cents or something. It's probably plastic. I explored the city further. The streets were full of magnificent sights. Historic palaces with rambling, manicured gardens, gold-curtained carriages, drawn by mechanical horses enameled in scarlet and purple, bright marbled mosques, I am saying he probably noticed that I am actually a man, but still played along. My character is now stylish. Tehran, Kabul, Lahore, Delhi, Allahabad, Calcutta. Now I don't recognize these names. Singapore, Hong Kong, Pyongyang, Moscow. I think we take this route, Tehran. Let's go. We can go right now. We go to Tehran. Hire more luggage space. Where is Tehran? Is it in... Is... What? Iran. Yeah, Iran. That's what I thought. Okay, I saw the Iran-Israel conflict top story when I searched for Tehran and I got confused. What, Tehran is in Israel? No. It's the capital of Iran, obviously. Or Iran? Yeah. How do you say it in English? Do you say Iran or do you say Iran? We call it Iran here. You say Iran? Okay. It was probably Persia. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Persia and Iran are the... I guess it's maybe like... I'm not... I don't know. The long story short is I don't know. But I think it's somewhat like Ottoman Empire and Turkey. Like Persia and Iran, right? A gigantic iron horse reared from the prow of Istanbul-Tehran Express, billowing gouts of steam from its nostrils. The Kamertaj was distinctly Ottoman in design, where even the most luxurious European trains sacrificed weight for efficiency. It was a matter of some pride that Kamertaj engines used a carefully guarded new Persian design, supposedly capable of achieving a top speed of 75 miles per hour. Kamertaj. Kamer means moon. Taj or Taj could mean crown. I wonder if this is related. Persia was the Greek name. Iran, whose people are known to themselves as Aryan, was always Iran's name for itself, not Persia. Okay, okay. I mean, in Turkish, when we talked about Iran in a historical context, we say Pers, coming from Persian, but the country is called Iran. So, yeah, I suppose. The moon crown. Truly, we live in an age of wonder. Yeah, unimaginable to our ancestors. Ever since I came into Monsieur Fogg's employ, I had experienced more than my share of marvels. And as the Kamertaj pulled out of the station, I resolved to savor each and every one. Let's wait. Balloonist kidnappers exposed at World's Fair. There's like an underlying story in this game about the automatons and the technology, automatization technology, and the politics of it. I think it's like subtly telegraphed to the player in little bits. The first day was short because of our evening's departure, so we had just about enough time to secure a compartment and observe our fellow settle my master, whose comfort was, as always, the highest priority. Automatons, yeah. Thank you, your attentions are most beneficial. Democracy! Oh no, what happens? We stopped. Why did we stop? What's going on? Well, what's happening? With another long day of foggish calm beckoning, I fell into conversation with the unveiled red-haired woman, eager to talk of engines and gauges and driver diameters. She told me her name was Ksenia Petrovna Volkova. So that's what Russian name? And I asked her about the Kamertaj. Oh, that is the real mystery, is it not? She laughed, and then gave me a challenging look. You truly believe the Persians have a revolutionary new engine? I think they would like us to believe in it. I said thoughtfully, it all seems very political, does it not? Xenia lifted one eyebrow. Everything is political, she told me seriously, before she deliberately shifted conversation to lighter matters. Curious. Squalor raids anti-automaton rebel hideouts. Oh. The Kamertai stopped for 5 hours at the Iranian border while the various uniformed inspectors scrutinized our papers and peered into our faces. Intriguingly, Xenia was nowhere to be found during this bureaucratic inspection. Only reappeared in our compartment as the Kamertai started to pull away beyond the border station. A spy! I kept watch on Xenia. We excused ourselves to go to the conveniences after a look at her pocket watch. I followed her. Despite Monsieur Fogg's raised eyebrow, my curiosity, I admit, overrode my politeness, but merde. When I arrived, the conveniences were empty. My suspicions confirmed, I went searching. The Kamertage was bristling with uniformed guards who grew more unfriendly as I approached the front of the train. Two taciturn fellows blocked the entrance to the engine car, no doubt guarding the secret new designs from prying eyes. Just then, I saw a flash of red outside and hurried to the window. To my shock, Xenia was hanging from the side of the train. She looked up at me through the wind goggles and lifted an arm to wave, and I gestured at her to grab back on before she fell. I did not want this lady's death on my conscience. As I watched, she determinedly began to sucker her way towards the engine car. I was confounded, but impressed by her mad daring, and I stumbled back to my compartment in a daze. It was at least an hour before Xenia appeared, cheeks ruddy but otherwise not a hair out of place. "You look flushed, madame," I remarked. "Ah, you flatter me, monsieur," she returned, with all the vapidity of a country debutante. "Ah, yes, I tried valiantly to penetrate her excuse me? Oh, penetrate her laughing facade. I'm sorry, I misunderstood." But all too soon, the Kamertage pulled into the Tehran station. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, the red-haired adventurers had disappeared by the time I gathered up our bags. But by then, I was too entranced by the sights and smells of the ancient city of Tehran, capital of the Kingdom of Iran. Relations with Fogg have deteriorated slightly. Oh, Monsieur Fogg, you don't have a little bit of a sense of adventure at all. Markets. Astrolabe. Evening jackets. Englishman's wardrobe. Don't care. I'm gonna sell... We are gonna sell this at... But we are not going to Moscow though, right? So we sell it here. Let's get the railway set complete. Let's get the wool. Get the astrolabe. Evening jacket too. Your game details note 2005 and Frogwares. Those are details for different 8 days video game. This one launched on 29th of September. Oh. Ah, you're right. Is it also wrong on my critical hits lists? You are absolutely right. Thank you, Thazen. Okay, 80 days Inkle. Moby Games. I must have gotten confused. Okay, let me fix all of that. 80 days, 2014. Inkle. 2014. Inkle. Thank you, Tazen. Yeah, I actually noticed that there was another game called 80 Days when I was looking for the soundtrack today, just before the stream. But apparently I didn't notice it when I was setting this stuff up. And I completely missed it after. Hey Lady Herbswald, welcome. How are you doing?
Your sound card works perfectly.
Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hope you are well. Are you still playing Valheim? Are you still... I haven't seen you for... Well, I haven't played much myself recently, but I haven't seen you for a while. I'm doing alright, thank you. Thanks, Days. Thanks again. Alright, let's go back to the game. I'm gonna keep the traveling cloak. I think that's good. And you want to go to Kabul. We need to wait 3 days. Oh, maybe we should think about negotiating. Well, let's explore. We're still playing. Oh, nice. You killed the queen with Fimble. Very nice. To say that the capital of Persian Empire is modern would be to deny the unparalleled glory of its ancient monuments and palaces. Yet, by underclass airships hummed in the sky. What? In case you miss with a complete railway set, you can get any train to leave the... Oh, nice! I'll try to get the set. Maybe. I don't know. It's like... It's 4 pieces and we have none, right? Maybe difficult. I'm sorry I missed it, Thor. I have a complete... Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, that set with 2 pieces. You're right, I have the complete set. I was thinking of another set, 4 pieces, that I didn't buy a piece of at the market. Jewel-beaked copper-bodied birds sang from the branches of trees. While spare, workaday iron automata harvested cotton from the fields outside the city. The Qajar Shahs ruled over an empire almost constantly at war. But the recent alliance with the Ottoman Sublime Porte, or Sublime Porte? I don't know. Had allowed the city to prosper despite border disputes with Russia and British India. The city is a garden of culture and art, protected from the skirmishes along its borders. I sat in the cafes with poets as they dueled each other with words and competed for patronage. So let's try if it works. This is a train, so we can negotiate. Railways men's uniform should yield results. No charge tomorrow. That is amazing. I love it. Let's go. We are going to Kabul or Kabil, we would say. Tomorrow at 8 AM. Hotel. Let's rest. I wandered the streets once more. The poets and musicians retreated as night fell. And the cafes filled with technicians drinking heavily sweetened coffee and racing their inventions across the tabletops. I spoke with the shard engravers. Thank you so much, Big Diesel. Thank you so much. Go get some rest, go get some sleep. And thanks for stopping by and lurking today. As they took turns to scratch minute symbols on a piece of colored glass. Is that decoration? They shook their heads, and one lifted the shard, turning it this way and that in the gaslight. This is an automaton's brain, or will be once it is complete. Their brains are crafted by hands? How else would it be done? A woman laughed in reply. This is true skill, a young bearded man agreed, eyes bright behind his jeweler's loop. The artificers only allow those with the steadiest hands to become engravers. It is fine work, I remarked. The finest, a middle-aged fellow by the name of Rafiq remarked. Or Rafik, probably. In other cultures, a copper lily may be enough for an artificer to complete their education, but we all apprentice to other guilds and craftsmen. To truly make automata, we must be jewelers, architects, shipwrights, cobblers, doctors, dancers. But then you must learn endlessly. Rafik smiled. Is that not what human culture is? Is that not what Tehran is? Endless learning, poured into the buildings and gardens and inventions. I swallowed. Are you sure you're not a poet? I'm a dancer too. Rafik winked, and we clinked our coffee glasses together. Someone furthering called out, "To the Shahanshah? Shahanshah? To the Shahanshah." And we all raised our cups, and some wag added, "May he live forever under the watchful eye of the Prime Minister," and everyone laughed. You have a face to Mitral. I hope that's not too disappointing, I'm sorry. That is my abiding memory of Tehran. A place where people could be both right and humane. All at the same time, a rare thing in this world of ours. It's a city, I'm sure, that will stand forever. Time to depart to Kabul. Choo-choo! The Kamertaj has extended its route, and now it ran from Istanbul through the Persian Empire all the way to the British frontier city of Kabul. I was sorry to be leaving Tehran, a place of true possibility. Still, the Kamertaj left us in no doubt that we were leaving, its engines fired, and we rocketed away along the rails. Phileas Fogg attempts round the world adventure. Oh, that's news to me. One of the Armenian porters nudged his passionate friend and muttered something uncomplimentary as he watched me struggle to load our things into the luggage car. I focused upon my task, but they continued to stare at me in discourteous fascination. "You look very strange for a servant," said the Armenian fellow, whose name turned out to be Abagian. I looked the man level in the eye. "Well, I'm a strange sort of servant. I'm a perfectly a la mode," I told them in aggrieved tones, pulling my cuffs straight. They all were wearing this in Paris this year. They only laughed pityingly in response. Monsieur Abadijan tucked a purple lamb's wool pashmina around my neck. "Perhaps this will help," he said, rather hopelessly. I stroked the soft fabric. As I returned to my compartment, Monsieur Fogg made no comments, distracted by the whistles and shouts which marked our departure from Tehran. The pashmina scarf should fetch a good price in Agra, should we decide to sell it. I woke to the gentle rumble of the train, but undressed quickly, deciding to wind my scarf around my neck. In dashing style, Monsieur Abadijan was entirely correct in his sartorial assessments. The colors suited my complexion very well. Monsieur Fogg took one look at me and raised an eyebrow. "Very vibrant," he remarked. "It was a gift," I said with a smile. "You do," he said dryly, "have a great facility for making friends." I do believe my master complimented me. Aww. I could scarcely credit it. "So do you, monsieur?" I lied stoutly, though my master tended to accumulate whists? Accumulate whist partners and passing acquaintances rather than friends, was his only reply, before he turned away and fixed his attention upon the passing scenery with Kamertaj pulled into Herat, on the border of the Persian Empire and the frontier of British Indian colonial lands. "A cigar, very good indeed." We had our papers inspected by a Persian customs officer with a pair of magnificent extending spectacles and a head of unruly hair, in which he kept an array of silver-chased ink pens and folded-up notes and even a glittering brass key. He inspected our documents while turning a small lever behind his ear. A pair of smoked glass lenses slipped over the clear ones, and he inspected our documents once more. You are widely traveled, he remarked. We are traveling around the world, and I showed the newspaper in his face. I blurted and could nearly hear my master refrain from rolling his eyes. Oh well, it is none of my business, the official remarked philosophically. Your papers are in order. Good luck with your travels. We repeated much of the same experience with the British customs official a few hours later, and so we arrived at Kabul, thoroughly inspected and officially stamped. The traveling cloak should be valuable here, but it's been helping us so much. I want to keep that. Monkey wrench, field glasses, elastic wallet, altimeter. Cheetah gun. Are we gonna go that way? I have so many things. Let's buy more. No. Benares. We gotta go to Benares.
Oh, these are so beautiful. Can I steal them all?
Antananarivo. I don't know where these places are. Let's get rid of that. Plan. Allahabad. Okay, we gotta go here. So we gotta go to Agra. That's by carriage. Actually, I can go to Delhi, then maybe take... No, let's go to Agra. So in 2 days, we have time. Explore. As we explored the city, we were rather unceremoniously seized by a score of British infantry and marched along the walls of Kabul, up the mountain ridge, and to the fortress of Bala Hisar. Monsieur Fogg protested our treatment, and I joined my voice to this. My outraged tones rather outmatched his calm ones. We were presented to a small bespectacled gentleman in a palatial office, which looked rather more like a court, despite the piles of books and book and surveyor's equipment littering the floor. He gave us a glance over his spectacle rims. I am Mr. Smith, the second assistant political officer to the British mission here. I do not have the pleasure of your acquaintance. I glanced at my master, who straightened his cuffs but otherwise looked as though he might have been out for a mid-morning stroll and had wandered by merest happenstance into an Afghan palace ward. I am Mr. Phileas Fogg, and this is my valet, Passepartout. I am a subject of Her Majesty, and passing through Kabul with no small urgency. Urgency? The political officer's eyes flashed behind his lenses. Pray expand a little upon the nature of this urgency, Mr. Fogg. He had the measure of my cool-eyed master. That much was certain. Monsieur Fogg was not used to being on the other side of the interrogation table, and I watched Monsieur Smith closely as Monsieur Fogg explained his wager and our resultant breakneck trip around the world. I could see Smith growing more cynical with each word. Finally, he took off his glasses and tapped them on the table. Were you Russian or Persian spies? He said musingly. You would have a more plausible story. You go too far, sir. I broke in, abandoning common sense. My master is an Englishman. Through and through. He probably dreams of Queen Victoria every night. But not in an indecent way. Monsieur Smith's eyebrow raised an eerie mirroring of my master's expression, and then he cleared his throat. A friend of mine is traveling to Omsk. I'd consider it a great favor if you accompanied her. Omsk is quite far. I hedged. Yes, but at Omsk you can catch the Trans-Siberian Express all the way to Ussurisk, or change at Karimskaya, Beijing. For Beijing, he explained. Think on it. He dismissed us and returned to his papers without a second glance. Quite a commanding fellow for a mere second assistant political officer. So we go towards Russia? Oh wow. Karimskaya and Dao. That's interesting. Okay, what I want to sell specifically is the Astrolabe Benares. Where is that? Where's Benares, chat? Any ideas? Maybe someone can look up. India. Oh, we are close then. Oh, here! It's right here. It's on the way. I'm horrible with geography as well, yeah. Okay, we can find some way from Agra. Let us spend this night at the hotel. We took a room and settled in, and I washed and hung our linen. Better prepare us for the upcoming departure. I'm not going that way. The leather gloves from our open road set should change their minds. Ooh, we can go in an hour for 360. Oh, that's expensive. I'd rather spend another day. I think we'll be fine. Agra. So we have something to sell at Agra. Another Agra. Quelimane. I don't know where that is. Hail. Antananarivo. Agra. Where is the Antananana? Where is it? No, we just have to go around the world and I imagine come back to London. Antananarivo, yeah. Where was it? Antananarivo. Antananarivo. Where is that? Like in Spain or something? It's the capital of Madagascar. Okay. Where is Hale? And where is Quelimane? Quelimane is Mozambique. We don't have African cities marked. Okay, we are gonna go to Agra. We are gonna spend another day. With the last light of the evening, I went out to explore a little. No, I polished our shoes and head brims. You ensure everything was shipshape for our inevitable departure. Your character is now slick. Agra, let's go. Hire extra space. We hired a mechanical palanquin for the journey and clambered aboard. Converse. What's your wish, master? Passepartout? Agra. What have you learned about Agra? The Mughal artificers built the walking city hundreds of years ago. Did you discover anything in the paper about Chittagong? You might be interested that the traders in Batavia will pay a huge amount for hunting rifles from Chittagong. What do you know about Hong Kong? For instance, you can pick up hunting rifles in Hong Kong. Extremely valuable in Batavia. Very good, sir. Monsieur. The Grand Trunk Road stretching from Afghanistan to Bengal was an ancient trade route. The Mauryas had once used it to trade with the ancient Greeks, and now the British Empire had repoed and restored it. For their own purposes, mechanical palanquins laden with trade goods jostled alongside troop transport and terrific steam carriages imported from England. All were brightly painted, each one bearing an individual's mark. I had no doubt the traders and drivers, and perhaps even their families, had mixed their own sweat with the paint. The day's journey passed quickly, a blur of color and sound, and it was only as the sun dipped below the horizon that the palanquins lit their phosphorescent lamps that I realized we had reached the city of Lahore. Yeah. It's really interesting. It was only a short distance from Lahore to Delhi, and we had been promised it was a particularly well-maintained stretch of road. I called out to the other vehicles. Yeah, exactly. Well, I imagine in those travel hubs that we are visiting, you know, we are taking trains, carriages, ships, planes. I imagine they all speak English. They know how to speak English. It's not necessarily the whole country speaks English, but the people we interact with, like private drivers, etc., know to speak English because, like, it's the common trade language even then, right? I called out to the other vehicles and spent a pleasant afternoon in conversation with the traders and troops who traveled alongside us, hearing from a nervous British ragamuffin that airships from Colombo make short work of the Bay of Bengal. An afternoon well spent, though I was not sorry to see the ancient fortified walls of Delhi appear out of the haze of dust ahead of us. We continued on. I was weary of being on the road so long, despite the remarkable cities and sights we had seen since departing Kabul. Yet when Agra came into view and tossed aside any remembrance of my journey upon the ancient Grand Trunk Road, at first I only saw the white marble magnificence of the Taj Mahal, its towers nearly touching the clouds. Oh, I had heard rumors, of course, but the truth of the vast walking city perched high atop its pillar-like mechanical legs left me with only one question. What would it feel like when it walked? I suppressed a shiver as I regarded our marvelous destination. For Bangalore! Oh, wait, no, that's something else, I'm sorry. Let's go to the market. Selling the hammer and the scarf. Heavy storm set, urban traveler set. Elder Scrolls Walking City. I think we are gonna make our way to Hong Kong, so, well, I actually don't want to buy anything else. Quelly, Maine, we are not gonna go there. We are not gonna go there either. Let's okay. Yeah, we explore. We have to find a way out of here. No, I wanted to go to Benares. Did I not? The perambulatory city of Agra itself was a wonder. The Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan had wished to build a monument to his great love, Mumtaz, and instead of a mere building, had commissioned a roaring city. The vast white granite magnificence of the Taj Mahal perched on the plateau atop its jointed fortified legs. There were thick gouges in the ground, a fitting monument to great law, one that my Frenchman's heart could not disapprove of. Her sovereignty was a contested matter. The British had laid claim to her, but she passed through independent territories on her peregrinations. Peregrinations? Is it like the state of being peregrine took? But what does peregrination mean? How can one claim to own a city which moves from place to place? It is as ridiculous as a notion as planting a flag upon the moon. Peregrinations is travels, okay. I was just glad she worked. Her safety record was unimpeachable, if one did not count the occasional sleeping farmer crash beneath her granite-clad foot. We boarded Agra at noon. She would begin walking to Calcutta when the sun set, taking us with her on her unvarying circuits. But what did I have to sell? Benares. I need to go here somehow. How do I go there? No, that was the whole plan. That was the whole plan. As night fell, I attended to Monsieur Fogg, providing him with fresh clothing. Well, this kinda sucks. High temperature. This looks like the bothersome route. We don't have any other choice. One of the Scarlet Cloaked city officials rang a brass bell. Answering tolls echoed from all corners of the city of Agra. While the sound still echoed in my ears, the city lurched underneath me, tilting first to the left, then abruptly to the right. We were off. The walking city had begun its circuit. I felt rattled and jarred by the motion. It was enough to make a man think fondly of the pitch and roll of a clipper on the high seas, my friends. On worse. Greetings, Madame la Navigator. I am one of the city's 7 great navigators. So from Calcutta we go to Hong Kong. I wish I had bought the stuff to sell at Hong Kong. Not for you. Hong Kong to Manila? The quickest way to Manila is from here. From here is to go via Singapore. Manila. Tolkala. I do Tolkala. Okay. Truth be told, the sound was more difficult to accustom myself to than Agra's multi-jointed gate, her granite-clad feet pounded into the earth with enormous shuddering crashes that could be heard even from our rarefied station. I looked over the edge, at the verdant fields and forests below, interrupted by little thatched villages and larger brick-building towns, which wreathed themselves in black smoke. The Grand Trunk Road snaked ahead of us towards the horizon. I felt unmoved. The earth was far below me, with only emptiness between us. I thought, all of a sudden, most of the world is nothingness, sky and sea and air. And instead of flesh and blood, I was aether, light and pale and insubstantial as air. Thankfully, the moment passed quickly. But I did not soon return to the railing. A man thought strange thoughts perched atop a migrating city with an engine for a heart. Ah, interesting. Something to consider for another playthrough. My master and I took a turn about the top deck. As we passed within the sight of Allahabad, Through the trees, we could just see the gleam of the railway line, which appeared to end rather abruptly. A photographer had set up a booth on the lawn and was doing a brisk trade, taking phototypes of families posing in front of the magnificent monument. It was so quick. He developed, fixed, varnished, and handed the phototype to the customer in a matter of minutes. He glanced over me appraisingly. "Photograph?" he asked in passable French. £10. Maui? Maizui? Maui? How do you say that? I agreed, then glanced at the Monsieur Frog. Maui? 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 So May, okay. And invited him to join me in the picture. "I think not," he said calmly. "I'm quite against the notion of having one's likeness reproduced." Thus rebuffed, I posed alone as photographer made his equipment ready. There was a blinding flash of white lights, and by the time my vision had returned to normal, the phototype was already being pressed into my hands. A handsome article, my smile gleamed almost as white as the marble of the Taj Mahal in the background. I tucked the phototype into my pockets and we continued about our promenade. Mais oui. I was taking a small digestive walk? Use the toilet, man. Why are you doing it while you walk? After a substantial breakfast, when I saw a young lady in a bright pink sari and yellow lens goggles pitch herself over the outer railings, I leapt across the deck and immediately entangled myself in some coils of rope which toppled me onto the railings in a slightly less heroic fashion than intended. I peered over the edge, bracing myself. But the woman waved up at me cheerily, suspended from the railing by a length of thick hemp rope knotted about her waist. I waved back, though my fixed expression could hardly have been described as nonchalant even by the kindest critic. The woman sought me out at the luncheon, by which time I was much recovered, and she introduced herself as Daya. "Mademoiselle Daya?" I bowed. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." She laughed in surprise. "Your manners are very fancy." I invited her to sit with me, as was only polite, but she shook her head. "I don't eat up here," she pronounced derisively, before glancing at me with bright mischief. "You're a city of many levels. The real Agra is below decks. I'll take you down tomorrow if you want to do more than sightseeing." It looks up your alley? She swept away into the crowd, leaving me to contemplate her challenge over my meal. Passepartout, if Passepartout wants to do more than sightseeing, wink wink nudge nudge. Of course, I stayed well away from the low. No, I went below decks. I'm a man who cannot resist a challenge. Daya told me of some of the history and layout as we descended a series of stairs of increasing ricketiness. I followed until we reached a stop. My guide raised her hand. The sound of the engines was vibrating up through the floor. The walls here were highly polished, inlaid with jasper and sharp calligraphy. Then she opened a pair of carved doors, saying with grave ceremony, "Welcome to the lower city." I blinked my eyes against the lights, and as they adjusted, I saw where we were. We had come to a township built within the echoing bowels of the city, complete with shops and residences and even children playing games on the streets, though these children tossed adjustable spanners and brass rings. Gigantic dials and levers arrayed the distant walls, whose purpose Daya attempted to explain, though it was rather too technical for my uninitiated mind. Daya was clearly a well-known figure and introduced me to her fellow lower city folk with great pride. Almost everyone wore tool belts and yellow lens goggles. "So," she asked, turning on the spot with hands outstretched, "what do you think of my home, Frenchman?" Now, I need to think about what answer I want to give her, so I need to take a short break. But I'll be back in 5 minutes or so, and we are going to continue from where we left off. Do stick around, everybody. I appreciate your patience, and I shall be back quickly. So, see you soon. Be right back. Oh, I thought I died. Okay, I'm not dead. You would suggest if you... maybe that could...
Hey, friend.
Yeah, but I have tried jumping down from the highest point of this town, I think. Nothing really happened. Hey, I did it to show it off to Thor, okay? No, stop. Stop. You are not allowed in here. This is sacred ground, you foul demon. You are not allowed. Oh! You are not allowed. Go away.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge.
Oh, okay. So Alt. What is this? What's this? What's happening? Definitely the best implemented system is swimming. Yeah, exactly. So how do you swim? What? Ooh, I'm going to reload from that. That was terrible, and it was so terrible the game crashed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. I don't understand what I'm mistargeting. Oh. This is not a sleeping bandit. It's a backpack. How would I know? Looks like a bandit. Looks like a known bandit.
I'm restless.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Close all doors. No! No, no! No! No, no, no! Not open all doors. Close all doors. No! No! What was the button to close all doors? I wanted to close them, not open them. Phazon. Oh, and this run was going well too.
Franklin, I own this carnival. Can I
I own
help you?
this carnival.
I'm Barbie from Team
I own
Barbie
this
Technical.
carnival.
We're here to ask you some.
No, Harold. Harold, what are you doing? Harold. Harold, what the heck, dude? Wow. Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. This... I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
Excuse me.
All right. Take my money, but don't hurt me.
What the heck?
I was just wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, I see. I thought you were one of those awful gangster rappers.
What, dressed like this?
Well, exactly. They don't dress well, do they?
Excuse me? What did you say to me?
Do you like golf?
No, sir.
What's there to say? If this whole Telos... Yeah, if we can integrate quite a few. On top of that, the Senate's easy to negotiate.
Anton, what are you doing?
They're liberal with the amounts of credits they throw
What's
around,
wrong?
even with the Republic being in the shape it's in.
Stop it.
And of course, new planets mean new markets.
Anton.
Good, Jim.
What is wrong with you? Don't think climbing the terrain like that is the game's feature. Okay, I'm stuck again. No, okay. I'm saved. Is there fall damage in this game? I guess it's safe to say there is fall damage in this game. I'm back. Thanks for sticking out there with the cricket noises. 2 series of cricket chirp noises. From a game? If it's from a game...
Welcome back.
I can. Thank you, Thazen. Thank you. I have kind of stopped... I'm not adding, like... I'm mostly not adding game sounds from outside of the games. Sometimes add from movies. Sometimes only. I don't just add any SFX or, you know, meme sounds, stuff like that, because it's getting out of hand. Some game must have cricket noises. You don't expect me to go through games looking for a cricket
getting out
noise,
of
do you?
hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Alright, continue. Let's continue. We'll see. Keep an ear open for cricket noises from a game, and I just might. But I'm not gonna look for cricket noises on Google and just add it. We already have thousands of sounds that no one is using. Okay, that's good, Bear. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue. It's fantastic. A hidden world. I declared, I would not have dreamed such a place existed beneath the parks of the upper deck. That a voice dialogue? Okay, that's great. That's gonna make my job easier. Did you add quotes? And voice quotes? Oh, that's great. Thank you. That's gonna make my job so much easier. I appreciate it, Vera. Thank you. I can find the voice codes. I can find something at least. Maybe not the best voice codes to represent them, but I can find something. Daya noted at my response as if turning it over in her mind. The truth is, I think that all cities have a beloved ex, my friend, she said. Agri is just more obvious. Or less, depending. There was something hinted at in her tone. I thought. She smiled weakly. Don't worry, Passepartout, she murmured. I'm not going to eat you. Madame, I... But before I could finish my thought, she started eating me. No, the bells rang out for our stop. The room around me exploded in controlled chaos. Brass-goggled men and women pulled enormous levers, threw open iron grates, and shouted instructions at each other in a storm of languages. The city lurched to a halt, and the great heart stilled. We had arrived at our destination, the British city of Calcutta. So, this is still in India, right? Like a colony of Britain? Okay, I never saw Daya again. Let's go to the markets. Cowboy boots, frequent flyer, dominoes, salve of arnica, peppermint tablets. Rest and recuperation sets. Let's get rid of the cigars. Pick this up. I think we can maybe fly later. Let's get some of these things. American wardrobe? Nah. Okay. Eastern India. Okay, let's explore first. Calcutta was an industrial city which had built its wealth on opium, textiles, and indigo, but that was not to say it was uncultured. What do you mean? Opium is high
Life-giving
culture.
water.
Thanks, Jay. Nothing compared to Paris, of course. So I steered clear of places of discussion out of my homesickness for my home's bustling cafes. Looking after Monsieur Fogg. Plying him with cups of tea and ensuring that he rested well. Okay, so let's plan. Ooh, Hong Kong, that's a long trip. Can't we just go like this? Oof. I think we can waste 3 days. SS Thunder. Oh, that's gonna be such a tiring trip too. We don't really have... What about we go Singapore? If we go to... If we go to Brisbane, how do we go to America? Should I start going up? Why do I want to go to Hong Kong? Do I have anything to sell at Hong Kong? No, I need to buy rifles at Hong Kong and sell it somewhere. I don't remember. Okay, let's rest. Singapore, you cannot Singapore? Why not? Before going to bed, I did some minor alterations to our clothing. I went to stretch my legs and found a charming British girl who was looking for a child, whom I found near a clockmaker's. You found the previous child near a clockmaker's too? What's up with these children getting lost and hanging out near clockmakers? The girl thanked me and, as we told, remarked that the merchants in Yokohama will pay fantastic amounts for sheets of tin from Singapore. I asked her how she knew. And she launched into a long and complicated story about her brother's uncle's sister-in-law. A convoluted tale, the only salient detail of which was the nugget that the quickest way to Guwahati is through Chittagong. So if we go to Singapore... What did she say? I already forgot. Buy something from Singapore, sell it... I think we are gonna go to Australia. Yokohama, Japan. Where is Japan? Yokohama. So stop by Singapore, Hong Kong, Yokohama. Then keep going north, east. Go to the States. We could go to Far East instead of Australia. We still have 50 days. I think it may be okay. Let's go to Singapore. So plan. Singapore. Yokohama. Singapore. Negotiates. 180 tomorrow. Well, I'll pay that extra. We made ourselves comfortable for the night, and I made certain to repack an hour. I helped the kitchen staff to... That's probably earns us some money. Let's walk around. Managed to have my pocket picked to the tune of 23... Ah. Departs. Singapore. The SS Thunder of the Abkar shipping line had, 10 years previously, set the record for the fastest journey between Singapore and Hong Kong. And her captain promised us a journey of 5 days rather than the usual figure of 6. These are long trips. Are we gonna make it in 80 days? Greetings, my dear madame. Tell me of Paris, Passepartout. Singapore suffers for its location too close to everywhere. Stone Town. Hear this, the last bank in Stone Town is closed, but tell me, does this say never floods? No. Of course not, it's a very civilized river. How lucky, the river floods every year where I come from. Where is Hong Kong? Machu Picchu? Batavia. Rebels from Sultanate of Aceh? Plague? Aceh? I don't know. Brisbane. One can travel about the laden submersible. Goodbye. Okay. Oh, look at this trip all the way to... Whoa, where is it going? To Brisbane. Whoa. Indonesia? Hey, you know way more than I do, Prince. I barely know Istanbul is in Turkey. Captain Ongan Lee was a dashing fellow. With merry eyes, who had run off from his family and joined the merchant navy in Singapore at a young age. The ship was crewed by Lascars, a mix of Indians, Singaporeans, Chinese and Malay who all spoke an entirely incomprehensible sailor's dialect which I found utterly fascinating. I endeavored to pick up as many words of the odd patois as I could on our voyage. What is patois? Early on the first day we stopped at the port of Chittagong to take on more passengers. Then the captain blew the whistle loud and long. Full speed, he declared. You'll see. We dined at the captain's table. He made his toast, then asked Monsieur Fogg outright whether he was an opium trader and I his factotum. I looked at my master, who merely said he was not. Captain On guffawed and commanded our glasses filled once more. It's a profitable business, he advised. A man can make his fortune in opium if he addressed the last to my master. He's not squeamish. Morals are not squeamishness, I replied coldly. The opium trade profits from the weakness of men. Patois, the dialect of the common people of a region. Yes, Captain Ong agreed. Some people are weak, and some overcome their weakness. I believe in freedom. The people of China are not children, that we need to mind them like an over-anxious parent. Monsieur Fogg gave me a quelling look before turning to the captain. Your business is your own, Captain Ong, as long as you conduct me to Hong Kong in 10 days as agreed. The captain raised a glass. Fear not, Mr. Fogg. I have anxious customers awaiting my cargo after all. The thing is, we are not going to Hong Kong. We didn't decide to go there. We decided to go to Singapore only. Guild spokesman confirms bomb in soup, not aimed at Fogg. I awoke, thinking of croissants. Ah, it's just like me. Not just any croissants, my friends, but the croissants made on the corner of the street where I grew up. Delicately crisp on the outside, yielding within. I could smell
Sometimes
them.
I dream about cheese.
Almost feel the texture of the pastry on my tongue. I was so lost in contemplation that I was very nearly late to attend my master's shave. Zut alors! The Lascars who made up the crew seemed to find me an object of great curiosity. I found them curious in return. My attempts to learn a few words of their cobbled-together tongue were met with howls of good-natured laughter. A young Malay shyly asked me what Paris was like. "It is beautiful," I said cautiously. "The sand glitters like a snake, and the theaters spill light and color onto the streets. The cafes are full of men and women debating and drinking endless cups of coffee. There are beautiful women and beggars. There are beautiful women and beautiful beggars? All on the same street." She looked at me curiously. I took a deep breath, dissatisfied with my answer. "Never mind my thoughts, perhaps you will see it yourself one day." She nodded, accepting my answer. I doubted she would ever set foot in the city of my birth. Let's keep attempting to our Today we stopped at Singapore, on the southernmost tip of the Malays Peninsula. Singapore had been British for many decades, and from the harbour it seemed almost as if some little town in Kent or Surrey had been shipped piece by piece and reconstructed on this far shore. We thanked the captain as we disembarked. He nodded once, but was, I felt, happy to see the back of us. Rude. Markets. We are gonna buy this. I guess we can go to Hong Kong from here, why not? Which means we are not going to Brisbane. Singapore was a British colonial port peopled largely by Chinese, Malays and Indians, and fueled by rubber exports and opium wealth pouring into the new banks. I walked along the harbour front and spied brightly painted airships and well-rigged boats heading for distant ports. I inquired about vessels headed for. Did we miss our chance to go to Hong Kong when we got off the ship? The Dutch-held city of Batavia. Maybe we need to go to Brisbane, I don't know. Batavia. And a Chinese sailor pointed me in the direction of a sailboat which bore the rather insalubrious name Spicy Jake. "I wouldn't go to Batavia, even if you paid me a king's ransom," the sailor chuckled. "Why is that?" "I heard that the natives are fighting the Dutch colonists. I have a nose for bloodshed." The Chinese sailor shrugged. "Then again, you rich people do whatever you want, so why am I bothering?" "Rich? I'm not rich. I only have 14,000 pounds. And then saw his angry expression. I suppose to such a man I was well dressed and well fed, and had little right to deny my relative wealth. The sailor jerked a nod and went back to his companions, leaving me to contemplate his advice upon the Singaporean duck. Let's plan. Can we still go to Hong Kong? No, we lost that chance. We have to go to Batavia and Brisbane. That kinda sucks. Which means we cannot go to Japan either. With what remained of the day, I attended to Monsieur Fogg. So, that's Brisbane. Yokohama, we are not able to go, I suppose. Well, we'll sell it somewhere else. Alright, depart to... Open light, okay, we need to hire extra space. Spicy Jake. The only boat we could find from Singapore heading through the Pacific Islands to the fort of Batavia was the Spicy Jake, a Dutch vessel crewed by decent men of fortune. I gulped with alarm, but we did not stay ashore. Greetings, Captain Thranagama. Thranagama? Passepartout, do not be downhearted. Batavia. Batavia to Brisbane. On the subject of inventions, I've heard one can travel by hot air balloon from Port-au-Prince to Washington. Where is Port-au-Prince? Is that somewhere in Australia? I imagine. The Princess Port. Washington. Haiti. Okay. Caribbean. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't have sold the Caribbean ship thing. The rumor is some buyers will pay well for candles scented of rose from Washington. Washington to Las Vegas. You must go, rude. Port-au-Prince to Washington. How do we go there? So Batavia to Brisbane, Auckland, Manila. No, stop turning! Ah. This globe is so confusing. Where is Washington? No! Washington, Port-au-Prince. Okay, so that's past Washington. Brisbane, Auckland, Lima? I don't know. The atmosphere around the pirates was tense, to say the least. We made a special effort to befriend them. I think it's DC. Which essentially meant I sat up on the sun-soaked deck and asked them to describe their bloody adventures in the mountains and treetop ridges that we passed. I felt they were making sport of me, with their talk of throat-slitting and slow-bleeding stomach wounds, so I listened with a raised eyebrow and an expression of disgust. I do believe you gentlemen are pussycats. Wow, why would you say that? Your laundry bills must be immense, I commented. I commented finally, and the man fell into paroxysms of laughter, slapping me on the back. You, one declared, are a card. Which card? Joker? The second day began with Batavia in sight. Captain came and found us. I apologize if my men have made sport of you, he began, in heavily accented English. They are children, cruel but kind-hearted. It's no matter, I replied foggishly. The captain nodded. Thank you for your trust, he said. Many treat us traders as pirates, but we are merely businessmen. He brought something from his pocket as he spoke. And speaking of business, I have a proposition for you. How may we help? I replied. I've been carrying this for some time, he said, opening his palm to reveal a small gleaming ruby. The dragon's eye, he said. How I got it is not important, only that I haven't been able to sell it. It's worth a few thousand to the right buyer. Yours for 300. I took a look at the gem. It sparkled with bloody luster. How valuable it was, I could not tell, but it was certainly not glass. I shook my head. You are not traders, I told him simply. My apologies. The captain's smile turned to an angry frown. You aristocrats, he replied, with a spit onto the timbers. You cannot be trusted to be civil. With that, he swept away. We made port a few hours later. I think we can complete our air traveler's outfit here for protection. Oh. This is valuable. Wait. Frequent flyer, let's get that. What can we sell? Get rid of this. I have 2 scented candles for Brisbane. So Brisbane tomorrow at 10. I have time to explore. Ooh, new routes going all the way to Manila. Auckland, but we can go to Auckland from Brisbane. The heart of Werhevenstad. Werhevenstad? The exalted city of Batavia was a floating fort of gigantic iron struts built over the swamplands of Kalibasar and overlooking the Santa Kalapa harbor. Dutch hotels and Chinese settlements dotted the Buddhist shrines, pushed themselves up in the shadow of the walls, hemmed in by the sprawling, unplanned Javanese kampongs. I went out on foot, but had only gone a few hundred meters when an explosion rocked the city, knocking me to the ground. I turned back sharply, as people began to move in a panic. Then as the dust cleared, I saw the exalted city was now leaning. One of its great supports had been blown away. That was an attack that would not be ignored. Lot less dense with fewer options, longer routes, and the bottlenecks at the Pacific in particular with only a few ways to cross, which can get a bit down. Ah, okay. Okay, let's rest. We took a room at the Hotel des Indes, a fairly comfortable establishment overlooking the water. A perfect place to rest, though through the window we heard the sounds of explosions and shouting long into the night. It seemed Batavia itself wasn't a comfortable place after all. Depart to $1,000. Wow. Okay, let's go to Brisbane. Oh no, we gotta get rid of stuff. Come on. Let's get rid of the Englishman's wardrobe, I guess. Yeah. They are used to lengthen the conversation with others sometimes. So you can ask for more information. At least from what I found. I guess I could have gotten rid of this instead. And this as well, dominoes. High temperatures, physical demanding. What? I missed when I... Ah, come on, game. That is... I was reading. To my surprise, came across a tired-looking English gentleman and his valet begging on the side of the road. I inquired into their misfortune and learned they had been traveling around the world and fallen victim to high price of tickets. My heart went out to them, of course, and I gave them £300 to get them back on their feet. Then I tipped my hat and moved away. No, 300. We boarded the Leiden, a Dutch submersible en route to Batavia to Brisbane. From Batavia to Brisbane. It had a crew of 5 and a surprisingly large cargo hold, which had been converted into our quarters. You spotted a hold full of rifles and gunpowder for a couple of Englishmen, Captain Rosencrantz joked. I am French, Captain, I insisted tiredly. Oh, my apologies, the captain replied airily. Welcome aboard. It will be a beautiful journey to Brisbane, mark my words. Oh, we are going fast. The first day's journey was along the surface of the water, although as I understood it, we were descending extremely slowly throughout. I was happy enough and enjoyed the light through the top-level portholes, but towards the evening we finally dipped under. The view became dim. There were not even any fish. I lit the lamps and tried to pretend I was in a building. The crew were in a fine fettle and the larder was well stocked. Apparently selling weapons was a lucrative business. I found the smell of gunpowder rather discomforting. Discomfiting. And slept badly. Monsieur Fogg was not similarly afflicted and settled himself onto the observation deck with his ledger and a pencil, roundly ignoring the magnificent seascapes that were murkily illuminated by the Layden's enormous phosphorescent lamps. Captain Rosencrantz wanted to show me a collection of diving suits. They were armored in copper plates and fixed with iron spikes all over. Why are they covered in spines? I queried, running my fingers along their sharp points. Just in case a shark tries to take a bite out of you, the captain replied with a smile. I laughed at her joke, and she looked at me blankly. To tell the truth, she said, relenting, they are armored against the attacks of other men and not sea creatures, though I was glad of it when I stared down the sharp-toothed maw of a great white last year. I hefted one of the helmets in my hand. It was heavy and leather-lined, with thick plate glass lenses with polished tortoise-shell surrounds at the edges. Are you afraid of the water? The captain asked. I do not fear the ocean particularly, I said, offendedly, but I am aware of the dangers it can pose an unwary traveler. Captain Rosencrantz regarded me levelly. I find a great sense of peace in the ocean when I dive. Perhaps you should try it. Perhaps I will, I answered. She said, and I suspected it would not be the end of our conversation on the matter. I feel like if we didn't have that piece of the valet set, we wouldn't be able to keep our health up. Like, we would have to stay at hotels for longer to feel healthy. The Great Barrier Reef is one of nature's great wonders, Captain Rosencrantz said to me at breakfast, holding out a diving helmet with one hand. Would you like to experience it up close? I accepted the helmet eagerly and followed her to the preparation chamber, where I managed to put on my spiked diving suit without puncturing myself. What was your first dive like? Unexpected. My submersible's engine had caught fire and we suited up to escape, she laughed. Your dive will be much easier. She fitted my helmet and checked the seal. The air inside tasted stale. I lumbered behind her into the airlock and watched as the captain closed the hatch behind us and made a thumbs up gesture at me. I returned it. I saw her smile behind the glass of her helmet. Then she pulled a lever and the outer door slid slowly open. Seawater began to pour into the now unsealed chamber. The captain grabbed the back of my suit and pushed, and I was in the water and sinking till my feet hit the ocean floor. I breathed deep and even, letting my panic settle and fall away. The mud and sand I had kicked up with my landing settled. I felt a tug on one of my air pipes, and the captain was standing beside me, but oh, beyond her, the reef. Schools of darting iridescent fish, dodging playfully away as we swam closer. I have never seen colors so bright, deep, blushing pinks and indigo blues, searing orange and buttery yellow. I lumbered into a school of zebra-striped fish, and laughed inside my helmet as they flicked and darted all around me, close as a heartbeat. The captain kept a close watch on me. Though I felt surrounded by life, and safe amongst all the brightly flashing fins and riotous colors of the underwater landscape. We saw stingrays and black-tipped reef sharks, and cuttlefish which glowed and changed color, and even a new-sunk shipwreck slowly dashing itself to pieces on the coral. I seized the captain's hand with my flexible leather glove and squeezed it. Neither of us could feel it, really, and we could say nothing within our suits, but I think we understood each other in that moment surrounded by the ocean. I returned to my master bearing an intricate coral sphere, as though a snowflake had spun itself into a ball. "Are you intending to take that with us?" my master asked, and I shrugged. It was, after all, a true treasure of the deep. "That coral sphere should fetch a price in Auckland, I think," he said. We surfaced a few miles off the coast of Brisbane and saw Monsieur Fogg and I stood on deck as we approached. Sharks followed the submersible curiously, and the deck amused themselves by giving them incongruous names.
No?
Hey, Major Postal, welcome. I offered my own suggestions. Of Clementine and Balzac, and Guillaume, who had once broken a slate over my head in school and given me a lifelong fear of chalkboards. Captain Rosencrantz gave us a little one-handed salute as we disembarked in the sparse pioneer town of Brisbane. How are you doing, Major? Okay, you gotta rest. We were settled into a hotel by Balimba Creek in the suburb of Carina, surrounded by sugarcane, little vineyards, and miles of bush thick with wallabies. Wallaby? I never learned how to read that. Bears, iguanas, snakes, and all manner of murderous native wildlife. "It's too wild and untamed for me," I said to one of the maids, an indigenous Murray girl in a starched cotton uniform. "Wallaby, okay, thank you, Prince." "It is very built up now," she lamented. "Is that so?" I asked, surprised. She nodded. "Even a few years ago my clan would hold corroborees in Cairncross and on Cannon Hill, but now the hills are stripped of useful timber. The native police destroy our settlements and white farmers take our ceremonial land." "And you work in a hotel," I remarked. She gave me a wary look and said woodenly, "I support my family. I'm very grateful for my job." "Of course, I work myself, as you can see." She looked around the comfortable, clean hotel room. "What you do does not look like work." "We each have our own tasks, I suppose," I answered gently. She pulled a scribbled letter out of her pocket and handed it to me. I read the letter closely. It was a letter of complaint protesting at the treatment of the Aboriginal peoples by the white settlers. It was well written, if a bit smudged. I'm going to send it to the Moreton Bay Courier. "You think they will publish it?" "I don't think so, but I must do something. This is my home, and these are my people." She tucked the letter back into her pocket and picked up her duster. "I wish I could just leave this place and forget it," she sighed. "As you will. I wish it did not matter to me." "I will try not to forget," I told her. "But how could I promise that? These days my feet barely touch the earth. I wondered what it would be like to be washed over by a wave of progress, rather than to ride its crest, as we were doing on our way around the world. I imagined my own Maman in the Murray girl's starched cotton uniform, stealing away moments from her duties to write an angry, hopeless letter. My circling thoughts chased all the restfulness away, and I sat up instead, to listen to the sounds of the shrieking birds and animals lowing against the churn of the sugar mills. Let's just wait. So, hand mirror, candles, machete, Acapulco. I'm not gonna buy anything. They're gonna sell that at Oakland's. Explore. Ooh, we can go past all the way to South America? One of Layden's crew waved frantically at me from across the street. Passepartout, she gasped. Over here. I crossed over to her and noticed she was supporting herself with wooden crutches. Her left shin was bound up and splintered. I need your help, she said, putting an ether rag to her face and inhaling deeply. Please. What happened to your leg? I asked, wincing a little at the purpled flesh I could see above the bandages. It's broken, she said. The captain left me here to get healed, but Passepartout, the surgeon, is a quack. He wants to amputate my foot. You must get a second opinion. Really? She nodded fervently. Yes, I had the same thought, but I have to find one. I have this notice to put in the paper in Morton Bay. She pulled a scrap of paper from her pocket and held it out to me. It's too far for me to hobble. I can take it for you. I offered gallantly. The walk was long and arduous in the heat. But after an hour, I was still determined. The baked dust sent dizzy trails spinning into the air, and strange creatures chittered in the shrub on either side. A man, I realized, could drop dead on these paths and not be found. This was a vast and empty country, perhaps the last such on Earth, or so it seemed to be. I walked on, my feet growing more sore and worn with every step. I walked on, eventually reaching the small settlement around Morton Bay. The shoreline was beautiful and dotted with little fishing boats, but I saw no large buildings and nothing that resembled a newspaper's office. I asked at the pier where men were drinking and announced my quest. The Morton Bay Courier, I have a notice for them. There was clearly a confusion. The Courier? What, the paper? Yes, that's right. Another laugh. You came to Morton Bay to visit the Courier? Indeed so. Friends, came the reply. The Courier is in the city, in Brisbane. Obviously, it's named after the bay, that's all. It's not here. Why would newspapermen and their like want to live out here? I stared in horror. Say, did you walk here? You must be half dead. A few people were gathered around me now. One gave me a cup of water, taking something from my hand to give it to me. I confess I felt rather weak and I drank. They sat me down in the shade, my head span and lapsed into fitful unconsciousness. A few minutes passed, and I began to feel more myself as the water revived me. Listen, one man said sympathetically. I'm on my way to town right now if you want to ride, if you are well enough to ride. To the newspaper, I declared weakly. Well then, you come with me. The man loaded me up into his cart and whipped me the reins, and soon we were rattling along the dusty road once more. Trees that had crawled past now skimmed by in the other direction. So what do you want to do? What do you want with the courier anyhow? He asked. You look like a foreigner to me. I intend to give them this notice, I replied, reaching into my pocket to bring out the missive. But the notice was not in my pockets, not in either pocket, nor in my jacket, nor under my seat. I began to search around in some alarm, my driver looking at me with quiet interest, but not slowing the car. We must go back, I implored. The driver looked apologetic and shook his head. I can't, I'm late already. And you want the courier, and the courier isn't in the bay. I think the sun's got to you, you just rest now. There was nothing I could do. In my staggering from the heat, I had lost the submariner's vital notice. I could not even recreate it from memory, for I didn't even know the woman's name. Finally, we returned into town and I was dropped near our lodgings. The woman was waiting for me in the shade of one of the town's drinking dens, her face pale and sweaty with pain and heat. You've been so long, she said. Well, did you place my notice? Still gasping for breath, I replied. The newspaper is not here, but is not there, but here in this town. She looked at me blankly. Then give me back my letter and I will deliver it. I can't, I shook my head. I lost it. She looked outraged for a moment, then shook her head. Then I will write another notice and deliver it myself since the office is nearby. I'm sorry, I said in defeat. It was unforgivable of me. You found out the courier was in town, she replied. For that in itself you have my thanks. With that, she limped away, ever more determined to find her bone setter and keep her leg. I wonder if she did in the end. Relations with Fogg have improved slightly. Your character is now suave. What does it have to do with Fogg? Is it because we were out of his hair, like we were away? So maybe he missed us, remembers us a little bit fondly. Let's rest a day. Before turning in for the night, I attended to Monsieur Fogg. He was comfortable with the hopes that he would have a restorative night. Alright, depart to Auckland. How we fell into with Corporal Bruce McIntyre retired, I really cannot say. Perhaps it was the gossip about him, overheard in every street corner. Perhaps my master simply has a knack for locating lunatics. Either way, we were snared into his little adventure to fly to Auckland in a homemade hot air balloon. We are going to the Auckland. Have you traveled by hot air balloon before? The corporal demanded as we drifted sedately across the sea. It's hardly a common mode of transport, I replied. That it isn't, he replied cheerfully. And it's overlooked. Ballooning is a way of getting about. Ballooning is good for the soul. My own soul, I felt, had rather gone into hiding, rather than face the notion that it might become separated from its body at the slightest accident. What do we do if something goes wrong? He shrugged. Well, there isn't much we can do. Try to patch the envelope before we fall. If the burner goes, we might land slowly enough not to break our necks. But we are in the open water here. All in all, I wished I had not asked him anything, so proceeded to ask nothing more. Converse. Greetings, Corporal. Great to you. Auckland. I hear that the Maori king is demanding his land back. That was a short talk. Naturally, disaster chose this moment to strike. And that moment was when we were halfway, with nothing in view below but endless, blank, invincible ocean. Disaster in this instance took the form of a raging thunderstorm. Have you seen lightning striking the ocean? It's something from the laboratories of the celebrated Dr. Frankenstein, and had we seen an electric whale with a ball through its neck, I would not have been surprised. The winds began to pick up as the storm grew on the horizon. Black and swirling like a bruise. Became too soft to live? What is that? Oh dear, McIntyre remarked, pointing upwards. Someone's not happy with us. Commerce. Auckland. I know that Auckland is connected to Lima by air, and it is quick. Lima. For instance, you can pick up Peruvian beryllium in Lima that will sell for a fortune in Marrakesh. Buenos Aires. You might be interested that collectors in Budapest will pay very well, indeed, for magnifying glass from Buenos Aires. Well, Budapest is the other way. Very good. Pitcairn Island. We did not hit the water. In fact, we made good time. The storm blew us along to within sight of the coast of New Zealand, and then just as sharply blew out. The magnificent craft of McIntyre held together through all that, and only at the last minute did it fall to bits, depositing us in the water. I found myself floating on the overturned basket, Monsieur Fogg on a suitcase. McIntyre disappeared into the water. And though I dived to find them, I could see nothing in the storm-churned waters. We were alone, as the poet said, on the wine dark sea. Monsieur Fogg bowed his head for a moment. There goes a brave man, I declared. though I secretly contemplated the incredible stupidity of the English that led them to attempt such crazily conceived adventures. We must summon help. No, we must paddle, I declared. Monsieur Fogg frowned. It's a long way, but yes, I think we must. The evening wore on, and we began to slowly row our way in the direction we hoped of shore. Wow, we rowed all this way. You will be unsurprised to hear that progress was slow, but after several hours of hard labor, we were in fact rescued by none other than a group of men in a canoe, fitted with an outboard motor. They hauled us aboard with some surprise. I offered a simple explanation for our predicament. We came out to fish, the lead canoeist replied. Whitefish, looks like. Sopping, tired, cold, and clinging to our remaining cases, and shivering to the bone, we had no reason to argue. The motor was revved, and we returned to land that evening. "7 a.m. Coral sphere, lots of money. Monica tobacco, machete, piton. Maybe I should start getting the jungle traveler set, I don't know. Let's explore. I walked the streets a while, discovering the possibilities for how we might make progress. Good. Good for you. I think we go directly to Lima. I need to go to London, so I should probably go up the States. Land in Lima. Go north. Or we could go to Africa, then go north. Marrakesh, Lisbon, London. Something like that. Let's rest for a day, though. We need rests. We spent our time in Auckland recuperating from our various ordeals. Even Monsieur Fogg seemed a little shaken. His mustache droops, and he seemed to scribble into his ledger with something less than his usual single-minded focus. Auckland itself was a smoke-greeted, crowded town of soldiers and factories clustered about the port. Defensive fortifications obscured the countryside. A passing Irish soldier offered me a cigarette, which I accepted. Mon Dieu! I admit I coughed and spluttered as I drew the harsh smoke in my lungs. Why does the town need such defenses? I asked as the smoke curled around us. So that we aren't murdered in our beds by the Maori rebels, he explained. Their king says he's ready for peace, but they'll want their land back, you mark me. Are the rebels truly so fearsome? I asked, eyeing the rifle slung casually over his shoulder. They have strange weapons, he shuddered. It's not natural, the way they rip a man to shreds. Some of the lads say it's magic, but might be it's just good engineering. Do you think it's some new invention? He flicked away his cigarette. Doesn't matter, does it? He said dully. Dully? That is dead, whether it's from magic or artifice. Will there be peace? I asked, but the soldier did not reply. He looked out over Auckland's fortifications in silent contemplation, and I wondered whether the Maori king too was thinking of its woes, and building more strange weapons in his stronghold to the north. I'm going to take another short break. I need something hot to drink, maybe make some coffee. All this reading is sort of getting to my throat now, so I will be back in a few minutes, chat. And we are gonna continue. Stick around, I'll see you very soon. Okay, bye then. Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat. I will enter this room, not... Okay, I changed my mind. Are we going to swing on the rope, like opposing force, this time for real? We are actually... No, this is not a rope! This is not a rope! It was a barnacle. No. Baited.
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
Am I seriously trying to mean Mac? Dude, I have played half of the game with less than 10 health, okay? I need some health to my name. No, wait!
Oh dear.
How did we do it? Can we do it again? Let's try again. Maybe I can walk and they won't wake up.
DC Bueller just boosted Icewind Dale. DC Bueller just boosted Wizard 6. DC Bueller just boosted Don's Berry Days.
Yes, walk into the fire, amazing.
Not going to last much longer. I must heal.
This isn't good.
No, it isn't. Oh, lay. Lay. Where could the clue be?
These pews are strangely in order. You figured someone would have vandalized them a bit. You would have.
Pew, 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 pew.
Scanning the wall,
Sorry,
you can make
I
out
had to
some of
do
the
that.
old...
What is it doing? What?
All will kneel before Lord Diablo.
What was that? Wait, did you save? Save? What do you mean? You think I'm gonna die?
Eat this.
You think I'm gonna die to some? Ah! I'm back. Thanks for sticking on, everybody. Hey DC, welcome. Good luck with work. I hope the craziness passes soon. Thanks for the lurk. I've got
Welcome
coffee.
back.
Thank you, Thazen. This playthrough seed in which Phileas Fogg and Passepartout accept each other, the one as master, the other as man. Oh wow, it's showing my data path openly. That's not very streamer friendly. Thankfully mine is sort of, you know, expected and does not involve any personal details, but you know, it shows your username basically, which could have been my real name or anything else. Not very streamer friendly, I must say. In my case, it's okay. Still surprising. Anyway, let's go back. My real name is Mitralia. That's okay. That's okay, Thor. I mean, I set the username to Mitral for that very specific purpose. Let's depart to Lima. Fruit fly. The only ship heading east from Auckland was a trading airship loaded up with a vast quantity of kiwi fruits. The captain, one Maya Taviao, was a Rubenesque woman. Hey Ada, welcome. Welcome. How was your stream? Who was eating even more kiwi fruit as we met her? Scraping the skin off with her teeth and chewing them as whole. Wow, wow. That makes me so uncomfortable. The skin of the kiwi fruit, that makes my mouth, even the thought of it makes it so uncomfortable. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I'm sure there's a word for it. Sometimes when you think about something, like for some people it can be olives or some other fruits, you know, there is this uncomfortable feeling in your mouth, like a little bit of itching but not quite in your teeth. Obviously you cannot scratch your teeth, but there is that weird feeling. Thinking about putting the kiwi fruit peel in your mouth makes me feel like that. Oh, that's a horrible feeling. She offered us each one, and I took it gratefully, feeling as though it had been several weeks since I had eaten anything fresh. So she declared, "You are going to Lima? We are going around the world." It's not disgust, no, it sometimes happens with things I like as well. I wouldn't call it disgust. So she declared, "We are going around the world," I replied, or intended to, at least, but she cut me off after the first syllable. "Excellent, then let's waste no more time." My master nodded with approval, the airship slipped its rope, and we were aloft. Wait. Submariner dies during surgery. Doctor blames Oh no! Ah, poor woman. Poor woman. We did our best to help her, though. For dinner, we ate succulent beefsteak topped with grilled kiwi fruit. What? It was going so well until beefsteak. Why would you grill kiwi fruit? You know, just eat it as dessert after the food. And drank a kiwi fruit-based wine. By the end of it, my stomach felt as though a river of acid ran through it. Okay, we are not going to be able to sleep tonight due to acid reflux. The Peruvians can't get enough of kiwis, she said. I'm one of the first to think of importing them. They slice them up and put them in beer. They think it makes them more More, she demonstrated with a gesture I could not describe. Ripe kiwi is alcoholic. What do you mean? Alcoholic? Like fermented, if it ferments by itself, it can make alcohol, I suppose. Yeah. Not too much though, unless you eat too much. I mean, isn't it usually eaten ripe? Like raw? Not ripe, maybe. You probably wait for it to mature. Are they correct in that? I asked, worrying about how I would sleep that night, churning stomach and all. She plucked another fruit from the table and bit into it. So why are you two fine fellows going to Lima? We are going around the world. I attempted once again, but was once more cut off as an alarm began to sound from the cockpit. Hell's teeth, Captain Taviao cursed, rising from the table. That's a bird stuck in the guy ropes. I'll have to let it down. A bird? Aren't we very high? It's been there since we took off. They nest in the ropes and then get in a mess when they try to escape. These flightless birds, you see. Any excuse to try and get airborne. Is she being serious? And so saying, she retired. Fog Valet Dapper. What? Are we the headliner of today's The Times? You can barbecue it, boil it, broil it, bake it, salt it. Wait, are we talking about potatoes or kiwi? There's kiwi kebabs, kiwi creole, kiwi gumbo, pan-fried, deep-fried, stir-fried. There's a pineapple kiwi, lemon kiwi, coconut kiwi, pepper kiwi, kiwi soup, kiwi stew, kiwi salad, kiwi and potatoes, kiwi burger, kiwi sandwich. That's about it. Are you serious? I think you are referencing something. Kiwi shake, kiwi cake. The next day we were subjected to a lecture on the provenance of the kiwi fruit. It's actually from China, she said. I'm just not one of the first exporters, I'm one of the first plantation growers. Well, it was my husband's idea. That's a line from Forrest Gump. I was considering watching Forrest Gump the other day. Maybe I should. Maybe this is the excuse that I'm looking for. About shrimp, okay. No, the character does the running for you, Thazen, I'm sure. You clearly have great business acumen, I replied. Tough buggers to grow, she continued, not listening to my question. And why is that? The skins, she replied cryptically, then added, they are valuable because of the skins. The captain had not noticed my inattention and was still talking. I patiently listened. Until she tired and took her leave to tend to her crafts. As we settled down for the night, I was struck by an unrelated thought. Monsieur Fogg, the date line! I have altered our watch already, Monsieur Fogg replied calmly. Did you think I might forget? My master was of course correct. With an eye such as his, it was unthinkable that he might miss such a detail. We had reached the point directly opposite Greenwich, where the hours we had lost in traveling around the earth were added back. A whole extra day. Hey! Small gains, chat. Converse. Another fruit? No, thank you. New Orleans. Should we go to New Orleans and ask about voodoo? What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you make of our captain? My master asked, in an astonishing moment of human interest. I suppose she is lonely. I answered. She flies almost constantly without a crew. She has lost her husband somehow. Monsieur Fogg nodded. She is quite deaf, of course. I stared at him. Are you quite sure? It was a simple matter of observation, Monsieur Fogg replied. You would do well to remember she cannot understand you unless she can see your lips as you speak. Ah, wow. That explains a lot, actually. When we saw Captain later, I made sure to face her. And found her company much improved. Her monologues reduced in length, she asked questions and tolerated answers. After a pleasant conversation, I was convinced. Nothing more needed to be said, and our captain moved on to tend to her crafts. Wow! Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Wait. Suicide note of balloon corporal printed in local paper after departure? What? What? He did it on purpose? Or did they cover it up? Oh, that's interesting. Did the guy crash the balloon on purpose? Risking us as well? Or did they cover the whole thing up? Why would they cover it up? If they did. Would they have a reason? So the captain inquired, why are you going to Lima? We are going around the world. Are you now? Then you are almost done. I hope so. I am sure of it, the captain replied reassuringly. I have traveled this part of the world often and I can tell you, things are much more spread out in this hemisphere. Fewer cities, more wilderness. It will take you much less time to cross South America so long as you do not succumb to its many diseases. We will be most cautious. I replied, we cannot afford to lose a single day. The captain nodded thoughtfully. Of course, she said, it would be faster to go to Panama City than to Lima. From Lima, it will take you 8 days to reach the east coast of the continent. From Panama City, with the right funds, you can do it in, what, maybe in 3? But we are heading to Lima, I declared, most upset. There is no way to change it now. Of course there is, the captain replied, her voice shifting gear to something more like a purr. I will have to toss my cargo overboard, of course, as it would go rotten before we arrived, but I could divert the ship. We could not countenance the loss of so much fruit, I replied with a wry smile. Then buy it from me, she said, without the slightest twitch of shame. Say 18,000 pounds. I all but laughed. You'll overestimate us, I think. The captain nodded. Then perhaps I will make you a discount. I will do it for 5,000. Now I want to go to Lima. I think we are fine. 8 days. Are we? I'm not so sure actually. Like 1 or 2 days to Lima, 8 days to cross the whole continent. We should still have over 10 days, like over 15 days. Yeah, we are fine. It's still too much. What am I gonna do with a whole ship full of kiwi? It's still too much. Very well done, she replied with a hard smile. I will simply have to settle for the profit of my cargo. Lima. I hear the Haitians want more influence over Peru. Santiago. Well, you can buy high-grade iron ore in Santiago and you can sell for profit in Khartoum. I think we are fine in terms of money. We won't have the time to eat all of it though. Panama City. Have you heard of merchants in Burlington will pay extremely well for sugar case from Panama City? I think we are completely fine money-wise. I do believe the good Captain Taviao was sulking. She did not stop to engage me in one of her endless conversations, but kept herself to herself, maintaining the ship's course. Perhaps she needed the money. Certainly her routine of endless flying must have been most tiring. I asked my master his opinion, but he looked utterly uninterested. She's a pilot, and she must pilot, he said. Would you rather she was talking to you? But should we not buy her fruit? She has chosen her life, Passepartout, as we have chosen ours. That felt like a gross simplification to me, but I left the argument at that. Folks said to have crossed the date line, but will extra day be enough? The captain joined us at the table. I must say it has been a pleasure having you aboard. I do not often have anyone to speak to. Have you considered different work? She shook her head. What else can I do? I have enough money to live this way, but nothing saved away. I cannot stop. Perhaps you should try exporting something more valuable. She gave me a hard look. The only commodity valuable enough is one. I'm not willing to trade in. Though plenty in South America are, as I'm sure you'll see. She stood suddenly and moved away from the table. We will be in Lima soon. Let's check the market. Geometry equipment, sugarcane, beryllium, Marrakesh. Are we gonna stop by Marrakesh? I don't know. I'm not gonna buy anything. Plan. I know we cannot go south. We gotta explore. Panama City kind of works. I stuck up a few conversations here and there, hunting for options to how we might proceed. Can we not cross from Caracas or Belém? If we go to Africa, I think we can easily go north. Or we could go to Panama, but that's gonna be a waste of time. Tabatinga, Caracas. Then cross the ocean from Port-au-Prince. I guess Panama is still a good choice. They will pay well for sugar canes. If we are going to Panama, we might as well buy the sugar canes. We are invited to a glittering party hosted by Gibbs & Son, the leading English merchant house in Lima. They took a I cannot say that word. Proprietorial interest in a newly arrived Englishman, and bien sûr, their loyal valets. Gibbs & Son made their money in guano, that is to say fertilizer made of bird droppings. Tazdingo! Hardly a suitable subject for genteel conversation. A rather dull treasure compared to silver and gold. Conversation mixed company, and yet it was all anyone could talk of. Proprietorial. I fell in with a group of artisans complaining of European textile, no, social reformers debating Peruvian debts. To London, which were apparently all secured by, yes my friends, guano exports. A tall woman by the name of Madame held cuffed. We hear people rioting in the streets. Unemployment is turning good people into criminals. Why are there riots? I asked in surprise. What I had seen of Lima so far betokened a prosperous, modernizing city. There are food shortages besides the unemployment, said Madame Fuentes, who had been introduced as a guano heiress. Lima is a grand estate with creditors knocking at the door. Occasionally we pop our head out and throw guano like gold coins at them. Are you running out of guano? I asked, pained to have to imagine the guano creation process in anything other than vague detail. No, but the government cannot rely solely on one expert and the whims of shipping. Yes, that is exactly the point. A portly fellow by the name of Monsieur Salazar interjected. We should be looking north rather than east. Haiti has promised us the automata to excavate the guano more efficiently. Son of Smash! Yeah, guano is... There's actually some serious guano trade, I think, to this day. Like, they have islands so that the birds flying over can shit on them, and they can collect the guano and sell. It's a serious trade. Yeah. Excavates, I replied, almost spitting my drink. The United States of America has promised us money, Madame Fuentes put in, glossing gracefully over my interjection. Madame Held coughed and added another option, or we could borrow from the Chinese banks, we use their labor enough. The debate raged on and I took the opportunity to retreat to our hotel. My head spinning with the political complexities of agricultural fertilizer in Peru. I am pleased to say that I did not dream of birds or their precious nitrogen-rich excrement. Depart to Panama. Oh, no. Buy sugarcane. We found a Peruvian woman who was making the journey to Panama City in an unsteady-looking gyrocopter. Still, once we had paid her a small fee to let us board, I found she was most professional, going as far as changing into a uniform before taking the controls of the craft. "This is your craft?" She nodded, shouting back off the roar of the whirling blades, "I live for the sky!" At least I think that is what she said. That's what she said! Ba-dum-ts. Very funny.
Boo!
We soared through the air, looking down on the vast ocean on one hand, and the endless continent stretching away on the other. I asked our pilot about her home, and she shrugged. "I live up here mostly, on the ground. Everyone fights here. The only trouble is the clouds." I heard the Haitians bought the Panama Canal. Is that true? I don't think so. Freetown. So some buyers will pay well for sugar canes from Freetown, but now listen, your first time in Peru, you will come back? Never. I doubt it, madame. It's far from home. Home is where you make out its passepartout. Yeah. True. The gyrocopter could not fly for several days at a time. In fact, it could barely manage several hours before it hit the touchdown and refuel. These rest stops were most welcome. Until one on the second day when Monsieur Fogg managed to get himself bitten by some kind of spider. Did it have long yellow hairs? Our pilot asked quickly. Was it blue-toed? Monsieur Fogg was in too much shock to answer. I did not see it, I declared. Will he die? Our pilot laughed. There are two very dangerous spiders in these parts, and the rest are quite harmless. If he has been bitten by one of the two, he's a dead man. Come, the copter is ready. No, he looks well to me. We arrived rather abruptly, circling twice over Panama City before
You'll
dropping,
be fine.
rather like a dog sitting
You'll be
down.
fine. Just, you'll be fine, right?
Our pilot patted me on the shoulder as we disembarked. Enjoy the rest of your time in this part of the world, she declared. There is much here to be wondered at. I looked back at her ramshackle little craft. I thanked her, and she waved us on our way. I don't think we are gonna make it in 80 days, chat. We gotta explore. Come on, give me. Oh, I need to go this way. Oh, Panama City seemed a town perpetually on the edge of disaster. A great number of inhabitants had emigrated to California during the gold rush 20 years ago. The 49ers, as they were called, had left empty spaces which were quickly filled by new immigrants, creating a multi-racial polyglot society. I went exploring to see if I could find anything useful to our journey and stumbled upon the construction of the Panama Canal. Great quantities of stone and dirt were being thrown into the air, undercut by the whistle of steam escaping and boilers rumbling. As I watched, a tall, sharp-eyed fellow in a pinstripe suit glared at me. "You here to watch or work?" "I'm a visitor." "Are you now? Well," the man puffed out his cheeks. "I'm Gesner, the crew leader, and I don't allow any watching on my dig site." He pointed to one of the steam shovels. "Get in." I complied. Without a second thought. Perhaps it was the authority in Gesner's voice, perhaps I was rather too enamored of the enormous power of the steam shovels. "Gesner Jr. will lead you right," he pronounced with finality, caressing the bucket of the great machine. "Did you create him then?" I confess myself impressed. "I designed all the steam shovels, but Fanchon gave them life. She's headed back to Haiti tomorrow morning. I don't know what I'll do without her." He nodded towards the tall black woman who was checking the fuel barrels, occasionally dipping a finger in a tarry black substance and tasting it. "But enough talk, time to dig." I examined the levers closely before selecting the most worn handle and easing it forward. The winch squealed and began to raise the boom with a vibration that I could feel in my bones. After a few cautious experiments, I fell into a rhythm. Raise the bucket, scoop the packed earth, unload and rumble forward. "You are a born excavator," Gesner showered me with praise. "Are you sure you have not done this before?" As I worked, I saw the woman called Fanchon move away from the site. If she was an artificer, perhaps she would be useful, but my shovel would not be stopped or slowed, and I worked until the evening. This sucks, chat. I was hoping to go here. We have to go tomorrow. Save every day we can. Me, in real life, not many, honestly. I've been to Georgia on a touristic trip, and apart from that, I've only been to USA to study. I'm not really a traveler. That evening, I strolled the streets only to find myself face to face with Fanchon, the engineer Gesner had pointed out to me at the works. "Ah, the visitor from France," she smiled lopsidedly. "Have you come to take back your canal? It will not be so easy." She raised her fists playfully. "Madame?" I greeted her and she took my hand. "I was told you are leaving town," I said. She nodded. "I am indeed. I have she smiled. "A little craft of my own devising, but it needs a few parts. You know how these things are." "Is the fast craft?" "The fastest," she nodded, "when she works. My master and I are going around the world," I declared. "How exciting for you," she replied, though I do not think she meant it, and her eyes were moving away into the middle distance. "Perhaps we could travel with you," I asked, "when your craft is repaired." She looked at me, as though judging my character by inferring the way my parts fitted together. "As I say, it will take some time to repair, or some manpower. Time and manpower, they are both realized by one thing. Name your price," I told her. She made a figure, and it made my eyes water slightly. "Well?" "What is the figure?" "I will ask my master." I muttered and crept quickly away. "Very good," she replied. I bid Madame Fanchon goodbye, at least until we decided whether we could afford such help as hers. I made my way back to Monsieur Fogg, only to find myself accosted by a group of Panamanian dynamite blasters. They were a mix of city boys and Choco immigrants from the villages, united by their dislike of the Haitian digging crew. They seemed keen to talk. "We are leaving Panama before our blood ends up in a vat. You should leave too, if you have any sense." "We are leaving?" I shrugged. "Though I know not where. I am at my master's mercy." "We are making for Tabatinga in the Amazonas." Chafil gave me a considering look. "We may have some space for men of latent and determination." I tried to shake off the memory of their offer, in the hope that if I forgot it, would not accidentally I would not accidentally suggest it to Monsieur Fogg. I thought of the interior of this vast continent and prayed that it might stay unexplored by my tender feet. I think I paid that 1,000 for no reason. I think I wasted that money. That is 8,000, okay. Ooh, is it worth 8,000? No. No, we cannot pay that. One could hire a caleche to travel the length of Central America, along which a good quality road had been established. There was only one curiosity. There was no driver. The carriage ran itself on a system of wheels, cogs, and leather straps. What if we encounter an unexpected obstacle? I demanded of my master, or a gap in the road. I am confident the makers of this device will have considered that, he replied, as he stepped aboard. Come. Would that I shared that confidence, my friends. Are we gonna make it? It feels very tough at this moment. On the map, the road to Acapulco seems to trace a hairline route along the curve of Central America, and I half expect the caleche to teeter left and right between the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans. But the carriage was soundly made and hardly rocked at all. A relief, since we were mostly on the mountainside roads with long, uncharitable drops mere inches from every turn. The steering was automatic, another plus, since I did not want to take responsibility for driving at such speed. A gauge installed by the crafty builders of the mechanical horse showed the distance of our destination, as computed by the remaining steam pressure in the engine. Oh, I just regained my connection to the chat. Apparently I missed... Maybe I missed, I don't know. If you said anything. My character is now courageous. On our second day, the carriage screeched to a sudden halt. Someone had laid a log across the road. I looked about before getting out, but saw nothing of interest beside the scrub, the rocks and dust. Monsieur Fogg looked at me expectantly. He was right, of course. There was no option. I was sure it was a trap, but I descended all the same, and sure enough, there came a shout as soon as I hit the path. "Don't move, we are taking your vehicle." "Show yourselves," I called back, whirling about. "I'm unarmed." A lone figure rose from behind a rock, sighting along the barrel of a gun. "Just want the vehicle," it called in a thick Mexican accent. "Don't want to hurt you, but I will." "Where are you going?" I demanded. "Perhaps we can give you a ride." The figure took a few tentative steps down the hillside, and that was when I noticed Monsieur Fogg creeping through scrub around the back of the caleche. There was surely a peaceful solution. "Please," I declared loudly, "do not do anything hasty. I'm sure we can all travel together. Are you going to Acapulco?" "I am," the figure replied, "and then onwards into America." My master was close now. "Then there is no need to be rash. We can all travel together," I exclaimed. "All?" the figure demanded. "There's more of you?" At that moment, Monsieur Fogg stood up, directly behind the figure. I tried to gesture him to know. I covered my eyes, expecting violence. But he only spoke. "Now then," my master said sensibly, "perhaps we can all get on with our journey." The figure whirled about to face Monsieur Fogg, and I called for calm. "We can all travel together," I declared peaceably. The figure shook its head and stepped towards the caleche. "I'm taking your carriage. Now get that tree trunk out the road." "We won't do anything of the sort," I replied. "You need our help, and we want you to take us to Acapulco." "I don't need you," the figure replied. "I placed that log there myself. I can remove it with you both dead if I need to." At least let us take our cases for now. We sat down and did nothing. Is he really gonna... I'm gonna test this. The bandit stared at us down the barrel of the gun, then lowered it. "Very well." She pulled the kerchief from her face. "We will travel together. Now help me, damn you." We agreed and moved the log aside. Together, we moved the log from the road and all boarded the calash and rode into stony silence into Acapulco. Day 60, Monsieur Fogg murmured that night in his sleep, and still some distance yet to travel. We completed our ride into Acapulco. The lady's name was Catalina Barraza, and she was going nowhere. Instead, she was running away. What from? The working conditions in the factory where I'm employed. I hear there's a better life to be had in Acapulco, and I no longer care not to try it out. But how did you end up midway to there? That was not midway, she replied. I am from San Miguel. Strange to think there are places in the world not on our map. I tend to think of the gaps between major ports as blank space. We rode the rest of the way in silence and were grateful to disembark the calash and stretch our legs. Let's buy more sugarcane. Explore. The French had teeniest hold of the Mexican port of Acapulco, and the bay was crowded with ships firing upon each other, and airships rained fire and misery down upon the slop-roofed buildings. French soldiers fought Mexicans in the smoke-wreathed streets. We decided to explore the city to better to find a way to live. We kept to the French-held docks and warehouses where our white skin and my command of the mother tongue kept us from suspicion. You are not soldiers, a tooth-stained Sioux lieutenant remarked, clutching his rifle close. This is a dangerous place for a civilian. We are merely passing through, I assured him, raising my voice over the shouts and rifle shots. What is the French army doing here? Something about the Mexican government's debts, the Sioux lieutenant shrugged. I hate this goddamn city. You have damned it, not God. Why don't you leave? I shouted back. Leave this place? Leave the army? He shook his head, looking sick. Then what would I do? Go be a farmer in Provence. I shrugged. Surely anything is better. Keep your head down, the Sioux lieutenant roared as a rope of fire lit a nearby building. He led us to a warehouse which had been converted to a makeshift garrison, and my master and I huddled there until evening fell, and the bombardment of Acapulco paused for the night, but we still did not have a way out. Okay, that sucks. How are we gonna get out of here, chat? I should have paid that 8,000. We stayed the night in a villa run by a local woman whose instinct to business had survived even the conflict raging on the streets. Another guest arrived, a woman fresh into town. I demanded to know how she had made the journey, and she shrugged. There are automatic carriages that depart from the outskirts, and an airship to San Francisco. Surely everyone knows this? I thanked her profusely. Finally, a way to leave this hellish battleground. Several, in fact. San Francisco is, of course, on the west coast. We need to go to the east coast. Oh, this is better. Houston, New Orleans. Let's go to Houston. Yeah. The calash we found was not automatic but occupied by one Monsieur Jameson, American missionary, and Madame Amandine Jameson, his white French Creole wife. I don't know who you fellows are, Jameson cried as he clambered aboard amidst the sound of gunfire, but get yourselves aboard, won't you? We did not need to be asked twice. Converse. Houston to Miami? The fastest way to Miami from here is to go via Havana. But answer me this, do you believe in God Almighty? Perhaps. I have been too personal, my apologies. Houston to Havana. Havana. There are people in Havana developing ways to walk across the water, wow. Houston to Havana, I don't know. Houston, Havana, then Miami. We fled Acapulco by Kalash, all of us clinging to our leather seats as the mechanical horses breathed steam into the air. I'm grateful to be away from Acapulco. I cast a nervous glance backwards, towards the besieged smoke-greeted city. You should give your thanks to God, Monsieur Jameson said decisively, looking as though he were about to force me to my knees then and there. Madame Jameson lifted her hand and made a mocking face behind his shield, and I had to look away lest I laugh. To avoid any further temptation, I spent the rest of the day silent, watching the landscape as we wound our way north to New Orleans. Both Monsieur Fogg and Monsieur Jameson were sleeping when Madame Jameson reached her hand out to me. I looked at her hand, then up to her face, which was settled into a strange intent expression. "Take my hand, Monsieur, please," she begged, in that strange slurred New Orleans French. I took it in my own, and her fingers tightened about mine, then stroked very deliberately down my wrists. I shivered. I felt her sigh, and relaxed into her seat, though her hand was entwined with mine. I sat as rigid as a rock, images of brimstone and hellfire coming unbidden to my mind. "I feel," Madame Amandine said into the air, "very alone sometimes. When you speak, I can imagine that I'm a young girl walking down the Champs-Élysées in Paris without any cares." She said nothing else, and I murmured Hail Marys under my breath until our companions awoke, many hours later on arrival into Houston, where we departed quite promptly. Let's sell the sugarcane. Money! 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 Okay, that is good. Let's buy these as well. So let's plan. Havana. Can we go today? In 2 days. Okay, we're gonna have to explore. Hotel. We passed the anxious night with our 80-day deadline looming. Every sunset seemed to carry extra weight. We took a room and settled in, and I afforded my master every service. Well, the health is going low, so... ensuring he had fresh tea. Okay, explore. Okay, we can go to New Orleans. Houston is a checkerboard of streets, like something cooked inside a waffle pan, but most of its squares are empty plots with what small development there is concentrated around the river. To my surprise, most of the people here are of African descent. Black faces outnumber white ones, and the tension between one and another is palpable, even to an outsider. I took a mule-driven cart to the bank of the river, where I met an old man with an old cut from eye to chin. He was tossing stones into the river, a rod laid across his lap. "I should be fishing," he declared, "but I don't feel so hungry today." "It is the heat," I suggested. "I'm sure it is," he replied. "You're a foreign type, I'd say, French, though not from New Orleans." "I'm from Paris originally," I told him, hugely pleased not to be labeled as English for once. He nodded. "You've come a long way. Paris must be something else compared to this hokey place," he smiled. "You need a tour of the city?" "If you can spare the time," I replied with a wry smile. "Oh, I can," he answered, seeing as there is nothing here to see. He gave a deep laugh and returned to throwing stones into the water, trying to hit a tin can that was bubbling in an eddy in the stream. "Do you know how I might travel on from here?" I asked. "My employer and I are going around the world." "Are you now? Well, if I were you, I'd go that way." He lifted a finger and pointed south across the glittering water. "Get the hell off American soil just as fast as you can. Go to Cuba. There was a war here, you know." "Do you like it here, monsieur?" I asked. "I cannot guess." "Don't know," he shrugged. "I've been here all my life. Was born over on one of the plantations you can just about see." He pointed away, squinting a little. "Worked hard, worked well. Mother died of yellow fever when I was so high. But my owners were decent enough. Nowadays, I do not know what to do with myself." I was stunned. "You cannot miss being a slave," I declared. "No, I don't. I don't at all. But all the same," he shook his head, "I've never been one to come up with what to do next. That's just not who I am." He smiled briefly, a moment of cool sunshine in his eyes. "I always thought about growing oranges. I thought that might be something I'd enjoy." Then you should do it, I enthused. Oh, it's not so easy as that. I'd need some land and some oranges, and not that many of those who has either wants to give them to me. No, I'd better stick to the fishing for now and see what comes along. He shook his head, chuckling under his breath about something, then tossed his line back into the water. I sat with him for a while. He did not seem to mind, and I found his presence quite calming after all our breakneck racing around the world. Perhaps he reminded me somewhat of my grandfather, who I barely know. I still think we need to go to New Orleans. New Orleans, then make our way to... How are we gonna cross to Europe? Maybe this is the better way. Havana. New York is the obvious choice, yeah. I think New Orleans, Washington, New York. Maybe we can go directly to Snowden or something, I don't know. What, in 3 days? We cannot wait 3 days. Negotiates. Oh, it's so freaking expensive. Do we do it? Oh, you can? We were doing well on money, but the prices have just shot up now. It's so high now. You can't cheese it. It's expensive nearly as much as the full price. Let's do it. So, in 2 days. And... okay, yeah. Yeah, we could... let's see. Trombones in New Orleans, and we can sell them in New York. Hey Ray, welcome. How are you doing, Ray? Good to see you. Another night and the clock was forever ticking upwards. With the last few hours of the evening, I spent a while talking to the hotelier. To learn what I could, but obtain nothing but tips for doing laundry. Okay. Depart. Time to depart. New Orleans. Embark. Tired and sweaty? Were you working out? Were you doing some labor? Around the house or something? If you can get to this point, you have money to burn, you should be okay. If you limp here with almost no cash, okay. We found the color similar to the one we had taken out of Acapulco for the single day's journey along the coast of New Orleans. Thankfully, this one was unoccupied, with no lonely souls aboard except ourselves. Did a video on your gaming mats. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Sugarcane snow on Providence, Chicago. I'm sure it is, Ray. I'm sure it is. The ride was rough but fast enough, and we made good time. I had barely settled into the swaying rhythm of the carriage when we caught our first sight of the Mississippi, a thick brown ribbon of water whose curve we followed up to the much mythologized city of New Orleans. We will have to explore. Let's buy trombone. Let's rest. I met death in a smoke-wreathed red-lit bar in New Orleans. Oh no, we are dead now. As the jazz band struck up another tune, he offered to buy me a bourbon. I threw my drink in his face. What? Perhaps in 20 or 30 years? I replied archly as some of the other patrons snickered. Death pulled off his mask to reveal handsome cafe au lait features and dark green eyes, and then extended a skeletal hand to me. A fine costume, I remarked. Merci, mon cher. I am Death at our neighborhood Mardi Gras, and I am practicing my role. He took my proffered hands and brought the back of it to his lips for a gallant kiss. He flicked me a rather unmistakable look under his dark lashes. I pretended not to see it. His look, or the sensuous tilt to his mouth, and he laughed. You must call me Octave, mon cher. I am Passepartout. I dipped my head slightly, an appellation as well as a burden. Then I will choose another for you, he decided with a slanted grin. A special name for you and me tonight. Lawrence, for you look a bit like Lawrence. Lawrence and Octave. I agreed with a slow smile. They sound an intriguing pair. Bien sûr. Octave told me he was a free person of color now. I was aghast to realize he had been a slave before the Civil War, and indeed still worked as a servant for the very same family. How can you do it? Are you not vengeful? I demanded, trying to imagine myself in his place. He sighed heavily. Young Claude is a horror, and Alette's little better. But little Henry is still a sweet child. He carded a hand through his thick black hair. They are my half-siblings, through their papa. Then he is your papa as well, I said, with dawning horror. Ah, I would not say that, he corrected gently. He may have sired me, but he was my owner, and not a father to me. It's a horror I cannot imagine, I shuddered. Then your life has been an easy one, eh? His eyes flashed with anger. I joined the 1st Louisiana Native Guards Regiment after New Orleans was captured by the Union. I still wake up some mornings not sure if I am alive or dead. You're alive? I reassured him, reaching out for his shoulder. Octave wiped the anger from his expression with the ease of long practice and smiled a slow, dazzling smile. You look sad, mon cher. What a fool I am to confess these things to you when I would much rather see you smile. A confession can be cathartic. Oh, mon cher, his smile turned wicked. Would you absolve me if I confessed my sins? That is not what I meant. I sighed, giving him a stern look which he failed to take at all seriously. You are toying with me, mon cher, he laughed dramatically. I am utterly in your thrall. An intriguing notion to have death in my thrall. Alas, the hour had grown late, and we had to part. Octave walked me upriver to the border of the garden district where Monsieur Fogg had taken lodgings amongst the American parvenus. What does this mean? The moon shone down on the Mississippi, and Octave leaned towards me. Ooh! Is there someone else? And we kissed. Hey, Baka, welcome. How are you doing? And we kissed right there on the riverbank.
Together we are unstoppable.
He tasted of bourbon and dark nights, and I will say no more of it here. A man, even one such as I, must have his secrets. Octave will be one of them. Parvenus, a person who has suddenly risen to a higher social or economic class, has not yet gained social access. Okay. Didn't even need to break out the herbs, yeah. Oh no, it's ads again. Let's explore. We need to find a way out of here. Okay, we can go this way. Atlanta. Washington, New York, that's perfect. We can go directly to New York. I browsed around, my ears open, investigating the various ways in which we might continue. Depart all the way to New York. Embark directly. Let's go! We can go today. I will take another short break, chat, just to stretch and take a bio break. And I think we may make it. We may make it. If we can travel to Europe from New York, especially by plane, I think we can make it. Gonna be very quick. A few minutes. I'll be right back, Jack. Do stick around.
Fake Cassilis just roosted AO'd. Bekasilisk just roosted SRDF.
Alright.
Bekasilisk
Here,
just roosted SRHK.
take some of my hair. Hey, you want more? More hair? How about this? Is this better? It's actually annoying.
There must be something about this.
I have
Oh
looked at
wow!
hundreds,
Look at
maybe
him!
thousands of
Look at him
Barbie games.
climbing.
What's up?
What is this? What is he doing?
He's had enough.
Zero experience.
Why have you torn me from my dreams?
He got zero experience. Hi. I noticed it said punch too late. Sorry, little dude. I didn't mean to. We did it! We did it! Dragon Scale Dust Crown Ring.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Grants extra magic castings but halves HP. Okay, that's entirely useless for me. No! No!
Yes, indeed.
Shush. You don't need to talk about that, okay? There's no reason to say anything. No. That knife is not going to cut it. Get it? Cut it?
I told you I had a plan.
I'm very funny.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Fly, you, or I will kill you. Because I have this urge, you see. Oh, okay, I was joking. I was joking. I don't mean to kill anyone, of course. I'm friendly. Bye. She desperately tries to pry her arm loose, but to no avail. Blood sprays from the butcher's mouth as he strains from the effort. And with a wet, sickening snap, Kala's arm is torn from her body. They both collapse, dead. Chad, we did it! We somehow made them all kill each other. As the screams die down and all the savagery is sated, on the ground is slick with blood and gore, suddenly all is quiet. You defeated the 3 river chieftains. Now father awaits. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Welcome, Mr. Eradan. Alright. Let's see if we can make it in 14 days. I think we can. Thanks, Days. The Piedmont airline from New Orleans was not, in fact, an airline at all, but according to its advertising, the fastest railway in America. What could be better? For getting us to the edge of the Atlantic, despite still being half the world away, we still had every chance. No, I think we are fine.
Converse. Greetings, Monsieur Sullivan. Evening. New York to Washington. No, can we not go from New York to across the ocean? Hello, hello. Ask Charles Sullivan about New York. Hear this, one can travel aboard the Canadian Pacific Railway from New York to Ottawa, but the fare is worth saving up for. New York to Winnipeg. Ottawa. We may have to visit Canada. I've discovered you can reach Winnipeg from New York. Yes, well, the quickest way to Winnipeg from here is via Ottawa. So New York, Ottawa, then Winnipeg maybe. How do we go across the ocean? Ottawa. My childhood sweetheart helped to build the Canadian Pacific Railway from Ottawa to Winnipeg. Is Winnipeg across? Where is Winnipeg, chat?
Swords for everyone!
Hey, Noodle! Welcome, Noodle, Beef Noodle. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing today? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you. Welcome, Pepperoni Pizza Man. Ooh, I could go for a pizza today. Thank you, I'm doing well. Let's give you a shout out. We were playing Onimusha, Samurai's Destiny. Hey, Mikey, welcome.
Yo, it's my friend Vicky, and she is a little bit freaky. Woo, yeah. Yo, I hope she got love mushroom. She is
welcome,
weird.
Condo
She
Man.
don't like mushroom, but she called Vicky mushroom. Oh
Wow.
yeah, oh yeah, mic drop.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
Wow, you're quite talented. You are quite talented, I must say. I love it, love it. Thank you so much, Moderate. How is Onimusha going? Noodle. Check out Noodle for sure. She's a fellow goose, plays lots of retro games, fan of Sierra Adventures. Maybe might have, maybe no promises. I'm not admitting anything, but might have inspired me to try out some Sierra classics. When we raided her the other day, she said she loves some of them, and maybe we will try some of them as well. Who knows? Who knows? So do check her out for sure. Plays lots of great adventures and other retro games. If you're new here, I'm Mitral. We mostly do points and clicks and RPGs here. Oh, the time is passing, by the way. I need to stop this. Today we are doing a viewer request. This game called 80 Days, inspired by Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days novel. We are trying to go around the world in less than 80 days, choosing our path, managing our resources like money and health and stuff like that. And I feel like we have been pretty successful. I'm not sure if we are going to be able to cross from... We are in the States right now. We have to cross back to London. I'm not sure how to cross the ocean. We have like 14 days left. So it's a little bit tight. I hope you enjoy your time here and enjoy the stream. Thank you so much for the raid, Noodle. Very nice of you to bring your friends and community over here. And that was an excellent clip, I will say. What fresh hell is this where you can't get a boat from New York to London? I don't know. It's like 1800s, right? Maybe there wasn't... I don't know. There must be the technology to cross from Europe to... Oh, clearly there is. But maybe it's not commercial yet. I don't know. We may have to go up to Canada first. That was shocking to see. It was so long ago. Yeah, it looked like a old clip. It looked like an old clip for sure. But yeah, it was funny. That's the beauty of random clips. The game doesn't like to let you specifically search too far ahead of time. Yeah, maybe if we reach New York, we may find something there. We'll see. We are gonna look. So making rash decisions. Alright, so let's see. Ottawa from Ottawa to Winnipeg. I don't think I want to go too much into Canada. That will be a waste of time. On the subject of cars, I've heard one can travel in the car fleet from Winnipeg to Iwujivik. Where is Iwujivik? I don't know any of these cities. Is this also in Canada? Have you played this game, Noodle, or have you seen it? Or anyone from the Raiders, are you familiar with this game? Iwujivik. Did you realize that there is no market in Ivujivik? But tell me, are you headed back to Europe? Yes. I've always wanted to see the Sistine Chapel. New York. New York to Atlanta. Chicago can be reached from Atlanta. Chicago. That will be wasting our time, obviously. Winnipeg. Let's ask as much as we can. No, that's a big waste of our time if we go west. Never played. It seems fun. It is fun. It is fun. If you know your geography, which I don't, I am horrible at geography. I haven't heard half of the cities in this game, and I cannot pronounce the ones that I have heard. So I am horrible, but if you know, I think you might enjoy this game a little bit more. I feel like. You can basically draw your own route from... You start at London, you need to come back to London. We decided to go through Europe to Southern Europe, then towards the Middle East, and then we eventually made our way back towards Caribbean over... Where did we stop, chat? Singapore, then we moved to South America, and then we made our way north through Panama. And now we reached the States. We are going to New York now. Hopefully we'll find a way to cross from New York. But we are almost out of time, you know. We only have 13 days left, so I am not sure if we will manage. It's really fun. It's really fun. Enjoyable game. We settled ourselves in a carriage with one other occupant, an extremely large man who introduced himself as Charlie Sullivan, a lad from Birmingham, who was most impressively sculpted. Hey, Con, welcome. You love this game. Nice, nice. So you're familiar with it. Good to see you, Con. How are you doing? We settled ourselves in a who was most impressively sculpted, especially around the neck and upper arms. His mustaches were nonetheless perfect. I asked where he was going, and he replied, New York. I was boxing. I'm going home. You fought in a competition? I interpreted. There was an exhibition, he said. I won. Third round knockout. However, Monsieur Fogg's interest had been increasing sharply throughout the conversation. You are trained? He demanded keenly, or self-taught? Haven't played in about 10-12 years. Loved it at the time. I'm doing well, just really tired now, especially my throat. I've been basically reading like 5 hours non-stop. So I've been taking lots of breaks. I've been drinking a lot of tea. But it's sort of getting to me now towards the end of the stream. No problems at all, Noodle. Don't worry about it at all. I know you probably need some rest after your stream. Go enjoy your food. Again, I appreciate the raid greatly. It was good to see you. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Have a good food and good sleep. Yeah, we have been rewriting Around the World in 80 days. And I've been reading the whole book, basically. We're almost there, holding up better with all the reading that we expected. We are gonna do it. We are gonna finish this run. Maybe fail, maybe succeed, but we are gonna finish it. I've got a manager, Sullivan replied. He tells me what to hit. Excellent, excellent, Monsieur Fogg enthused. I want to hear all about it. I sat back and enjoyed the conversation. The details of boxing are more intricate than one might expect. And hearing the business of cut and thrust delivered in Sullivan's so very English tones was quite informative. Little did I know how the details I heard would come to be of use to me. Wow, interesting. Foreshadowing? Siege of Acapulco worsens. We left there just in time. That Mr. Sullivan will, I think, go very far indeed, Monsieur Fogg opined as I brought him kippers from the dining car. I don't know what opined means. I also don't know what kippers means. He seemed to have the physique, I suggested. Not just the physique, my master replied. Physique is not the secret. His description of the transferal of weight from foot to foot was very well understood indeed. Opinionated, gave his opinion, okay. Oh, makes sense, yeah. So you're a boxer, monsieur. Smoke me a kipper, you'll be back for breakfast. What does it mean, Ash? Is it like an English saying? Sounds like an English saying, but I have no idea what it means. I saw the shutters of this conversation beginning to come down. I went to school, yes. Boxing school? It's a fish. Ah, okay, smoked fish, makes sense. He blinked at me. I think France was a very curious country at times. He attacked his keepers with some gusto. You should fight him, he said. I almost choked. He looked at me with surprise. Is something the matter? Forgive me, it sounded as though you said I should fight Monsieur Sullivan. Indeed, he forked another forkful. You needn't be alarmed, I can teach you to box. Perhaps you should fight him yourself. Keepers are usually small, filleted fish. Filleted fish. Filleted or filleted? I think filleted. Preserved herring. Ah, gotcha. Perhaps you should fight him yourself. He looked most uncomfortable at the suggestion. I think no, Passepartout. It's a young man's game. I would very much like to live to be an old man, I replied testily. Monsieur Fogg considered a moment and then sighed. If you are unwilling, we should not do it, he replied. Certainly you would most likely be brained. It would be a pity. He returned to his paper. Very well then, I declared, somewhat annoyed, but game enough. Excellent, Monsieur Fogg put down his paper. I have arranged for a space in the guards' wall. You already arranged it? Dude. When had he done this? I do not know. I merely followed. And there was Sullivan, stripped to the waist. He was waiting for us, doing his warm-up exercises. Passepartout, he greeted me. Passepartout, excuse me? It's Mr. Passepartout to you, through a thick leather mouthguard. Sullivan, I declared, meatily, as I removed my own shirt and tried to listen as my master provided some pointers. And then the fight began. Sullivan was a tough opponent, but if he chose to swing hard, he would brain me unless I defended myself. But he would not be able to slug on every swing. I would have to pick my moments to attack. To begin with, I kept my guard up, matching Fogg's demonstration from across the car, just as Sullivan punched hard. The blow landed against my defense. I shook it off as best I could. A small crowd had gathered to watch the fight, and they murmured with excitement. Strength and stamina are different, Monsieur Fogg called to me from the side. Your strength will come back if you swing lightly, but your stamina once gone will leave you out cold. I noted the show I heard. Sullivan's eyes narrowed. I jabbed. A quick, decisive move. While Sullivan made a quick jab, I overpowered him, landing a sting. We were both still lively, although he was faring a little better than me. Watch it! The next swing may be harder, my master called. Brought my defenses up. Once more protecting my face, Sullivan lifted his defenses. We circled each other nervously. Neither of us was badly worn, though he was looking better than me. He will have regained some muster from that block, my master shouted, so be warned. Sullivan's weight moved back. He's making to swing, my master shouted, kept my guard up. Then I kept my guard up, once more protecting my face just as Sullivan punched hard. I caught the punch neatly. We were both still energetic, although he was faring a little better than me. I heard rather dance of the money changing hands. Spectators were betting on me. I saw Sullivan's shoulders move back. He is making the block, Fogg murmured, so don't swing too hard. I jabbed, a quick, decisive move while Sullivan snapped up his arms to block. I knocked him back a little. We were both still energetic, though he was looking better than me. I saw him shift up onto his tiptoes. Threw a heavy punch. Putting all my weight behind the blow, Sullivan punched hard. I burst through his attack, knocking him back across the carriage. An excellent hit, Monsieur Fogg declared. Little blood leaked from his lip. I could hardly believe it. I was winning. Sullivan was almost ready to drop. He won't be able to swing like that again, my master shouted. I jabbed. Next, I jabbed a quick, decisive move. Just as Sullivan delivered a stinging punch, I got my blow in, landing a sting. Sullivan span about and fell backwards onto the floor of the van. Defeated! Generous hands scooped me up into the air. Excellent show, Monsieur Fogg beamed, displaying a violent burst of character. Most impressive! Sullivan was rubbing the side of his head and cursing in a version of English I did not recognize. So, I shook his hands. Really, Prince? I shook his hand as he was carried to a compartment to lie down. I believe this makes you lightweight champion of North America, Monsieur Fogg remarked to me. More to the point, we won a little from a wager or two. 2,000 pounds, in fact. Your funds have gone up by more than 1,000 pounds. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. Wow, how did we win? How did we win? That's crazy. I awoke, still smarting from my boxing match with Sullivan, and my master most generously decided he would fetch breakfast. Wow, this is the better reward. Master serving the valet. He had reached, I had the flexibility, yeah. Did I save scum? No, first try. Ha ha ha. You are most kind, monsieur. Indeed, he replied, and we cannot have you dropping the tray. He returned with black coffee and well-buttered toast. A most considerate choice to bring to a Frenchman. Yeah, right? He's not serving tea. He's Englishman. We are French. He's bringing us coffee. What a considerate master. Or at least so I thought, until he began to eat the toast himself and drank the coffee in a slurp. Oh no. Wow, what a disappointment. Oh man. We arrived into New York later that day. I struggled to lift the cases with my tired arms, and we staggered off the train. Relationship with Fogg have deteriorated slightly. Let's sell the trombone. Plan. So hopefully we find a way to cross, so we need to explore. London! That is it, chat! Our last trip from New York to London. I was pickpocketed in New York. Waited, intending to pounce upon the departing figure. In the crowd, and I brought the little thief to the floor with the clatter. We are gonna start our trip on day 69, I think. The little thief looked up at me with thick lashed eyes. I realized belatedly that the thief was a young girl, barely 10. I released my grip slightly, and she took the opportunity to curse in a thick Irish accent and bite me. I cursed volubly. And she paused, an expression of admiration on her grimy face. "What was that last word?" she asked, brown eyes wide. I taught it to her, and she gave me an approving smile. "Use it wisely," I advised. "Of course, what do you take me for?" she exclaimed. I looked down at my bloody arm. Truly, it was a salutary lesson not to let my guard down in strange climes. "Don't steal again," I commanded sternly, and as she returned my possessions, she agreed she would not ever again cross her heart. Through her expression was shifty. I relaxed my grip, and she slithered away and lost herself in the crowd. I made my way back to our hotel, before anything more untoward could befall my delicate person. Okay, London. In 2 days. I don't have to rush. Like, how long does it last? We have the money. We can just chill in New York for 2 days. It's okay. It's okay. Hotel. Our room was decent enough, but I was sure I would not sleep. Day 69. As night fell, I went to stretch my legs, only to see a nervous American youth in a busy argument with a housewife. From which I learned, it can sometimes be prudent not to get in the way. I departed the scene with a torn shirt. We can rest again tomorrow 3 p.m. Day 70, before the night ended. I spent a while talking to the hotelier to learn what I could, learning that merchants in Havana will pay will pay very well indeed for cotton flowers from Atlanta. A most interesting snippet. And we depart to London. Hire extra space. Another. We left New York aboard the Henrietta, an old Confederate airship converted to a transatlantic mail carrier. We would reach London in 3 days, barring any unexpected delay. Journey. There are still a few days left to us. Day 70, as I'm sure you're aware, there are only a few days remaining. Money? We are very well funded indeed. You have made some excellent decisions. Very good, monsieur. The ocean tore along beneath us. I enjoyed talking to no one. There was nothing I needed to know. No one to charm, flatter, or beguile into giving us aid. There was only the wind and the time. And we could control neither. Passepartout, my master demanded, make us go faster if you would. I ignored his advice. What was the use? We were home and dry already. Relations with Fogg have strengthened. Monsieur Fogg looked out of the observation deck windows with perfect calm, as though we were not, with every passing moment, drawing closer and closer to London. My nerves were in shreds, and I was nearly chewing the rails with anticipation. I spent the remaining time embarking on the writing of this account, though I found already the details of our early adventures had grown vague and indistinct. We tethered at the airship dock in Hyde Park and felt, for the first time in 72 days, the feel of English soil under our shoes. At long last, we had returned to London, and in time to win the wager. Ta-da! Return. I seized my master by the collar and threw him into one of the steam carriages idling on the banks of the Serpentine in Hyde Park. To the Reform Club, I shouted. Retrieving a blade from our luggage and holding it to the driver's throat? What?
And there was much rejoicing.
Before ejecting the driver from his seat and taking the wheel myself. What is going on? Like, why are we doing any of those? Throwing 50 pounds at the driver as inducement to speed. We have 8 days. We could walk there if we wanted. We could crawl there in 8 days. And you'll have another 50 when we arrive. Now drive! There's no need for such unseemly haste, Passepartout, my master noted. But I was a man possessed. The streets of London seemed comforting and familiar. Yeah. I remember the choices that will have led to them. Comforting and familiar as they flashed past my well-traveled eyes. The carriages were mostly horse-drawn, and gas lamps rather than electricity lit our way as we raced down Pall Mall. The carriage barely shuddered to a steam hissing stop before I dragged my master from his seat and up the steps to the imposing doors of the Reform Club. I released him only when we reached the great saloon where my master's 5 antagonists stood from their chairs, gaping in an attitude of great shock. Monsieur Fogg only straightened a little and said in his calm voice, "Gentlemen, here I am." The room erupted into cheers. Where had the crowd come from? Had they followed us inside from the streets? I had scarcely noted them. I realized, as though a spell had suddenly broken, that my master had won his wager. Of 20,000 pounds, with the 4,000 we began with, and our remaining funds, it was in fact a profit of over 25,000, a superb outcome. My heart began to beat again, and I saw for the first time the grand interiors of the Reform Club, which had no doubt remained untouched since its founding some 30-odd years ago. The most advanced piece of technology within was a gilded clock set upon the mantelpiece. A few club members were muttering about the impropriety of a lighting in front of the club with a steam carriage. I pushed my way through to Monsieur Fogg, who had nearly been swallowed by congratulatory crowds. "You have won the bet, Monsieur," I told him. And seized my master by the hand and shook it, as though we were two equals, and not merely a master and servant. Monsieur Fogg pressed my hand warmly, and did not remark even once upon the impropriety of my gesture. Indeed, though his cool gaze did not so much as waver or soften, I believe he welcomed the chance to shake my hand. "Any gentleman would be fortunate to call you his valet, and you have been a worthy companion to me, besides," Monsieur Fogg said, and I knew that from him there could be no higher praise. Mr. Fogg, one of the journalists in the crowd cried, interrupting our conversation. "What next for the great adventurer Phileas Fogg and his loyal valet Passepartout?" My master looked at me. I returned the glance. "I have always wondered what's at the center of the earth." Whoa, no, we are not going to the center of the earth or 20,000 leagues under the sea. You can forget about that. I looked around at faces of the assembled crowd and quirked an eyebrow. "Anyone care to make a wager?" Monsieur Fogg refrained from rolling his eyes. "I believe," he said with great deliberation, "that tonight I will have supper and go to bed. Come, Passepartout, it grows late." "Yes, Monsieur Fogg." Hey! We won! Your journey around the world is complete. That was nice. That was very enjoyable. Celebrated Englishman Phileas Fogg wins round the world wager. Journey completed in 72 days despite the sheer size of the world, fighting in Acapulco and a balloon crash off coast of Australia. We visited 23 cities, traveled 31,195 miles, favorite transport is airships, finishing balance 25,368, traveled a lot. Total amount, wow, character courageous. Manner flamboyant. Valeting remarkable. Relation with Fogg comfortable. Cool. That was nice. Thank you, Thor, for picking this game. Not only that, but gifting me the game and redeeming it for a Monday stream. Had a great time. Though I feel like this kind of game, although obviously very replayable, will not have the same effects with the subsequent runs. Like the first one, I feel will always be much more special than repeats. Some games are not like that. Some roguelikes or roguelites, like Slay the Spire, for example, it only gets better with more with subsequent playthroughs. I feel like the first one will always be the most special. I will absolutely not be talking until tomorrow's stream. That's for sure. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. You would disagree, there are some very, very unique runs depending on... Oh, I'm sure about that, but I think the very first one will always be more special when you see lots of things for the first time. And you learn a lot. I'm sure there are more details to figure out. I'm not saying it wouldn't be unenjoyable, but probably not as special. I don't know. I think I will play this a few more times for sure off stream. I would like to start by going to Northern Europe, into Russia, and passing to Canada, like a more northern trip. That would be interesting. Maybe even stop by the North Pole. That's one thing I was thinking of. You know, we could visit Norway, Denmark, Finland, Switzerland, Russia, into Canada. That might be interesting. Would I visit you when you travel to Canada? Sure, sure, why not? I don't know what city you are in. We can do that though. I'll look for the Dragon Cave to find you. You're in Ontario, okay. I hope you all enjoyed the chat. I hope you all had a good time. Oh, and we finished nicely in just under 6 hours. Which was, I think, very fitting. No, thank you everybody for being here. Let's find someone to raid. I am exhausted now though. Reading for almost 6 hours. I am actually exhausted. I will probably keep my mouth shut until tomorrow's stream. And tomorrow we are gonna continue Dark Souls. Thank you, Farmer, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you had a good time. And your kind words. Where do we go? Let's go say hi to Zul, who is playing Arx Fatalis. He's playing Arx Fatalis. No, wait. No. I thought he was raiding out, but he's not. Maybe he got a raid or something? Yeah, he is not raiding out, he's continuing. Chat, I appreciate you all greatly. Thank you so much for being here. Draven, thank you for the resub. Nancy and Noodle, thank you for the raids. And Purple, thank you for the follow. And everyone else, thanks for sticking around. Hopefully having a good time. Chatting, lurking, or whatever you were doing. I hope to see you all tomorrow, or whenever else you can come back. When we are gonna continue Dark Souls, maybe finish it tomorrow, or maybe finish it Wednesday. I'm not sure how much is left. But we are gonna continue Dark Souls DLC. And yeah, hope to see you then. Or whenever else you can make it back. Until then, take care of yourselves, be well, and goodbye for now.